energy industry, KHNP also emphasizes collaboration and shared growth by contributing to members in the local community, helping develop the local economy while also making efforts to improve the living environment. We initiate community development and contribute to public interest. We revitalize local culture by supporting local businesses and the residents. Enriching life with eco-friendly energy. KHNP will always find our way to increase the competitiveness of nuclear energy while placing the highest priority on safety. Actively seeking out new business opportunities along the way, KHNP will now take a big step to lead global green energy transformation. We energize South Korea with an eco-friendly energy. We energize the world with advanced technology. We energize people's hearts with our spirit of coexistence. For cleaner and more sustainable energy that the world desires. The company constantly pursuing excellence for a better tomorrow. Korea Hydro and Nuclear Power. KHNP is South Korea's largest energy company. KHNP operates nuclear power plants at 5 sites and hydropower plants as well as pumped storage power plants. KHNP is also the largest electric power generating company, providing 25% of the country's energy. KHNP is the foundation for Korea's economy, providing stable electricity for all of Korea's businesses while enriching the people's lives. KHNP is mapping out plans to be a global energy company. Since the completion of Kori 1 NPP, KHNP has successfully built a third-generation nuclear power plant, known as APR 1400. KHNP designed this plant with the highest regard for safety and efficiency. The completion of UAE NPP project with APR 1400 is a proof of our company's expertise in nuclear energy. KHNP has acquired certifications from the U.S. Nuclear Regulatory Commission from the strict European utility requirements, as we were successful to meet the high standards for safety and quality control. Fast forward, in 2022, KHNP won our second construction bid for a nuclear power plant in Aldaba, Egypt. Speeding up the development of SMR, KHNP is constantly moving forward to become a global energy leader. KHNP pursues social values. As a beacon of light in the energy industry, KHNP also emphasizes collaboration and shared growth by contributing to members in the local community, helping develop the local economy while also making efforts to improve the living environment. We initiate community development and contribute to public interest. We revitalize local culture by supporting local businesses and the residents. Enriching life with eco-friendly energy. KHNP will always find our way to increase the competitiveness of nuclear energy while placing the highest priority on safety. Actively seeking out new business opportunities along the way, KHNP will now take a big step to lead global green energy transformation. We energize South Korea with an eco-friendly energy. We energize the world with advanced technology. We energize people's hearts with our spirit of coexistence. For cleaner and more sustainable energy that the world desires. The company constantly pursuing excellence for a better tomorrow. Korea Hydro and Nuclear Power. KHNP is South Korea's largest energy company. KHNP operates nuclear power plants at 5 sites and hydropower plants as well as pumped storage power plants. KHNP is also the largest electric power generating company, providing 25% of the country's energy. KHNP is the foundation for Korea's economy, providing stable electricity for all of Korea's businesses while enriching the people's lives. KHNP is mapping out plans to be a global energy company. Since the completion of KORI-1 NPP, KHNP has successfully built a third-generation nuclear power plant, known as APR-1400. KHNP designed this plant with the highest regard for safety and efficiency. The completion of UAE NPP project with APR-1400 is a proof of our company's expertise in nuclear energy. KHNP has acquired certifications from the U.S. Nuclear Regulatory Commission from the strict European utility requirements, as we were successful to meet the high standards for safety and quality control. Fast forward, in 2022, KHNP won our second construction bid for a nuclear power plant in Aldaba, Egypt. Speeding up the development of SMR, KHNP is constantly moving forward to become a global energy leader. KHNP pursues social values. As a beacon of light in the energy industry, KHNP also emphasizes collaboration and shared growth by contributing to members in the local community, helping develop the local economy while also making efforts to improve the living environment. We initiate community development and contribute to public interest. We revitalize local culture by supporting local businesses and the residents. Enriching life with eco-friendly energy. KHNP will always find our way to increase the competitiveness of nuclear energy while placing the highest priority on safety. Actively seeking out new business opportunities along the way, KHNP will now take a big step to lead global green energy transformation. We energize South Korea with an eco-friendly energy. We energize the world with advanced technology. We energize people's hearts with our spirit of coexistence. For cleaner and more sustainable energy that the world desires. The company constantly pursuing excellence for a better tomorrow. Korea Hydro and Nuclear Power. KHNP is South Korea's largest energy company. KHNP operates nuclear power plants at 5 sites and hydropower plants as well as pumped storage power plants. KHNP is also the largest electric power generating company, providing 25% of the country's energy. KHNP is the foundation for Korea's economy, providing stable electricity for all of Korea's businesses while enriching the people's lives. KHNP is mapping out plans to be a global energy company. Since the completion of KORI-1 NPP, KHNP has successfully built a third-generation nuclear power plant, known as APR-1400. KHNP designed this plant with the highest regard for safety and efficiency. The completion of UAE NPP project with APR-1400 is a proof of our company's expertise in nuclear energy. KHNP has acquired certifications from the U.S. Nuclear Regulatory Commission from the strict European utility requirements, as we were successful to meet the high standards for safety and quality control. Fast forward, in 2022, KHNP won our second construction bid for a nuclear power plant in Aldaba, Egypt. Speeding up the development of SMR, KHNP is constantly moving forward to become a global energy leader. KHNP pursues social values. As a beacon of light in the energy industry, KHNP also emphasizes collaboration and shared growth by contributing to members in the local community, helping develop the local economy while also making efforts to improve the living environment. We initiate community development and contribute to public interest. We revitalize local culture by supporting local businesses and the residents. Enriching life with eco-friendly energy. KHNP will always find our way to increase the competitiveness of nuclear energy while placing the highest priority on safety. Actively seeking out new business opportunities along the way, KHNP will now take a big step to lead global green energy transformation. We energize South Korea with an eco-friendly energy. We energize the world with advanced technology. We energize people's hearts with our spirit of coexistence. For cleaner and more sustainable energy that the world desires. The company constantly pursuing excellence for a better tomorrow. Korea Hydro and Nuclear Power. KHNP is South Korea's largest energy company. KHNP operates nuclear power plants at 5 sites and hydropower plants as well as pumped storage power plants. KHNP is also the largest electric power generating company, providing 25% of the country's energy. KHNP is the foundation for Korea's economy, providing stable electricity for all of Korea's businesses while enriching the people's lives. KHNP is mapping out plans to be a global energy company. Since the completion of Kori 1 NPP, KHNP has successfully built a third-generation nuclear power plant, known as APR 1400. KHNP designed this plant with the highest regard for safety and efficiency. The completion of UAE NPP project with APR 1400 is a proof of our company's expertise in nuclear energy. KHNP has acquired certifications from the U.S. Nuclear Regulatory Commission from the strict European utility requirements, as we were successful to meet the high standards for safety and quality control. Fast forward, in 2022, KHNP won our second construction bid for a nuclear power plant in Al-Dabaa, Egypt. Speeding up the development of SMR, KHNP is constantly moving forward to become a global energy leader. KHNP pursues social values. As a beacon of light in the energy industry, KHNP also emphasizes collaboration and shared growth by contributing to members in the local community, helping develop the local economy while also making efforts to improve the living environment. We initiate community development and contribute to public interest. We revitalize local culture by supporting local businesses and the residents. Enriching life with eco-friendly energy. KHNP will always find our way to increase the competitiveness of nuclear energy while placing the highest priority on safety. Actively seeking out new business opportunities along the way, KHNP will now take a big step to lead global green energy transformation.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. So, I'm Yuna Choi, Program Manager of KINAC-NEREC. It's a great pleasure to have you on this second day of this conference. So, before beginning the session, I'd like to introduce our chair of the session, our third session. So, Dr. Bum Jin-jung is a professor of nuclear engineering department at Kyunghee University, Korea. Also, he serves as the chief vice president of Korea Nuclear Society. He received his PhD from Seoul National University and studied at the University of Manchester, UK. He has been working actively as the members of the governmental committees of Ministry of Education, Science and Technology and Ministry of Knowledge and Economy, etc. He has published a few hundred journal articles and papers on the experimental research on natural and mixed convection heat transfers on various geometries in application to nuclear systems, including SMR and SFR. And what is impressive is that he's an active communicator for nuclear science and industry. He has published more than 700 newspaper journals. In 2017, when the former President Moon Jae-in declared nuclear phase policy, he devoted himself to protest it and led the resume of Shingori Nuclear Power Plant Unit 5 and 6 construction. So he became the member of the National Academy of Engineering in Korea and is serving as the board member of the NuScale Corporation and the National Research Foundation of Korea. So with that, the floor is yours.
Well, thank you very much. It's a very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Bum Jin-jung from Kyunghee University. It is my great honor to chair this session today. And the topic of this session is climate change and energy security, opportunity and challenges of SMRs. This is both very interesting and also in some sense controversial issue. The issue of climate change will incur carbon-free power sources such as renewables and nuclear power. The limitation of renewable energy became evident as its portion increases. Then the only remaining option is nuclear power. This is one side of the story. And however, there are plenty of scholars who raise doubts on climate change as well. As to the SMR, many people believe that they are game changers. They can revitalize nuclear industries. But we remember there were several booms in nuclear society worldwide. In 1990, there was an advanced nuclear power development boom that ended up with AP600. And in the year 2000, there was a NEREC program in the United States. We are quite hopeful for that, but that ended up with nothing. And in the year 2010, there was a Gen 4 International Forum activities, still is going. And now, after 10 years, so we are having SMR booms. So in every 10 years, we have a development boom in nuclear society, and there is a hope, and also there is a doubt for the boom. So I think actually we don't know how SMR goes, and we have to see how it's unfolds in the future. So I think this is a very important session to discuss the future of SMR and opportunities and challenges it has. So I think, personally, I'm very interested in this topic, and also I would like to learn from the distinguished speakers. Now we have one keynote speaker and 4 distinguished guest speakers, and unfortunately, we have only one speaker here, and the other 4 speakers are in online. So, but I think this is in any way very good opportunity for us to learn the future of the SMR. And so our first keynote speaker is Ambassador Bonnie Dennis Jenkins. She's actually Undersecretary of State for Arms Control and International Security in the USA. And I'm not sure whether she's here. Are you here?
Thank you so much for having me.
Oh, right.
It is
Okay.
an honor to be invited to speak to you all about the important topic within the realm of peaceful uses for nuclear energy. I know attendees of this conference are thinking critically about the connection between nuclear nonproliferation and civil nuclear power. One of my several missions as Undersecretary for Arms Control and International Security at the Department of State is advancing civil nuclear cooperation using responsibly sourced fuel for clean energy to address growing energy needs under the highest standards of nuclear safety, security, and nonproliferation. I am optimistic in our ability to safely and responsibly deploy civil nuclear energy technologies to answer the dual-use imperatives of combating the climate crisis and meeting energy security and access goals. This decade presents us with a critical juncture on both these fronts. I am delighted to take this opportunity to share my thoughts on the opportunities and challenges for small modular reactors, or SMRs, to be part of our response. Scientists have been warning us for decades of the risks we face by not acting on climate change. The world is already seeing the impacts of climate change, threatening lives and livelihoods. President Biden and Secretary Blinken have both made climate a priority for the administration and are leveraging a whole-of-government effort. We must achieve net zero emissions by 2050 if we are to limit temperature increase to below 1.5 degrees Celsius and avoid severe climate disruptions. Getting there will require us all to make use of a wide range of clean energy technologies to create an energy mix that meets our needs while meeting our emissions targets. This is an incredible opportunity, economically and otherwise, and I want to take a moment and dig into the role of nuclear energy. Nuclear energy is clean energy. Nuclear provides clean, firm baseload power that can replace carbon-intensive sources. Through 2019, nuclear power reduced global emissions of carbon dioxide by 60 gigatons, almost 2 years' worth of global energy-related emissions. The International Energy Agency noted we need to double nuclear capacity by 2050 to achieve net zero emissions, and that, quote, building sustainable and clean energy systems will be harder, riskier, and more expensive without nuclear, end quote. The United States pioneered peaceful uses of nuclear power around the world and remains the world's largest producer of nuclear energy. It accounts for 20% of our electricity mix and more than half of our carbon-free power. We are working domestically to extend the life of existing nuclear power plants and build new ones, while simultaneously working to deploy new nuclear technologies like SMRs. Small modular reactors as part of the clean energy solution offers unique advantages. They will be able to provide 24/7 reliable power, complementing other clean energy sources, and have flexible siting where the energy is required near the end user. This will increase energy access and drive decarbonization across a range of industries to meet climate goals. In addition, SMRs require very little land area and can be sized to meet a country's energy needs and scaled as needed. SMRs can play a critical role in decarbonizing hard-to-abate sectors beyond electricity, such as industrial process heat, clean hydrogen production, and water desalination. Furthermore, SMRs are uniquely suited to replace coal plants while utilizing existing workforces, equipment, and grid connections without the need to acquire more land space and build out additional transmission lines. Importantly, SMRs have advanced safety features and are designed to withstand extreme weather and seismic events. They are safe, quote, by design, end quote. Because SMRs are such an important part of our energy future, at the 2021 Leaders Summit on Climate, President Biden launched the foundational infrastructure for the responsible use of small modular reactor technology, or FIRST, program, one of the United States' key efforts to provide innovation, bring clean technologies to scale, and build unprecedented global cooperation to confront the climate crisis under the highest standards of safety, security, and nonproliferation. As the world worked towards a clean energy transition and the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, Russia's ongoing war against Ukraine, irresponsible nuclear rhetoric, and actions to weaponize its energy resources have made clear the dangers of depending on an unreliable supplier for our energy needs. We continue to work with allies and partners to mitigate the global energy market and commodity shocks caused by Russia's war. The United States condemns Russia's attempts to use its energy resources as a tool of geopolitical coercion. This moment underscores the need to diversify suppliers and accelerate the energy transition and makes more urgent the imperative of demonstrating advanced U.S. nuclear technology. Diversification is key. That's why the G7 made clear that we will work to reduce our own dependence on Russia for nuclear energy equipment and supplies, and will support our partners as they seek nuclear energy diversification. The United States is actively supporting Ukraine's medium and long-term energy security, in part through cooperation on SMRs in the region. Last year at COP27, the U.S. Special Presidential Envoy for Climate, John Kerry, and Ukrainian Minister of Energy, Halushenko, announced cooperation for a demonstration of commercial-scale production of clean hydrogen and clean ammonia from safe and secure SMRs and cutting-edge electrolysis technologies. Building on existing capacity-building cooperation launched under the FIRST program with a multinational public-private consortium, the project seeks to support Ukraine's energy security goals, enable decarbonization of hard-to-abate sectors through clean hydrogen deployment, and improve long-term food security through clean ammonia-produced fertilizers. Further, it demonstrates Ukraine's innovative clean energy leadership through advanced technologies. This work is well underway at the Argonne National Laboratories. The global landscape of civil nuclear energy technologies is changing. Russia and the PRC are aggressively working to dominate the global civil nuclear market. The majority of planned reactors come from these two countries. Other advanced economies have lost their leadership in the civil nuclear market, threatening our shared strategic and security interests. Increasing Russian and PRC dominance would weaken global safety, security, and nonproliferation standards. In contrast, the United States upholds its high nonproliferation standards through commercial trade. I'll speak more to this later, but making significant transfers of nuclear material and equipment, including reactors, to other countries requires a peaceful nuclear cooperation agreement. We view trade as a tool to enhance global security, not diminish it. Further, both Russia and the PRC seek access to nuclear markets as a means of exerting long-term political influence that threatens our mutual strategic and security interests. They recognize the strategic benefits that can be gained through civil nuclear cooperation, fueling their desire and efforts to dominate the market. With or without the United States, over 30 emerging countries are moving forward on nuclear power. Even countries that currently use civil nuclear power are building or planning to build new plants. Diversifying energy sources and suppliers allows us to provide clean and affordable energy to underpin our economic growth. Ceding the civil nuclear market would also be a lost economic opportunity. The Department of Commerce estimates the global market to be valued between $500 billion to $740 billion over the next 10 years. The Department of State is active in advancing our clean tech competitiveness. We do this in strong partnership with the Departments of Energy and Commerce, Nuclear Regulatory Commission, U.S. Trade and Development Agency, U.S. Export-Import Bank, International Development Finance Corporation, and others across the interagency. A recent highlight of our efforts was the announcement by President Biden at the G7 Leaders Summit in Japan, outlining concrete steps to implement the Partnership for Global Infrastructure and Investment, or PGII, which by 2027 will mobilize $600 billion in infrastructure investments around the world. The announcement included public-private support from the United States, Republic of Korea, Japan, and United Arab Emirates for Romania's SMR project. This support will be of up to $275 million, including a letter of interest from U.S. Export-Import Bank, or EXIM, for up to $99 million from the EXIM Engineering Multiplier Program. In addition, EXIM and United States International Development Finance Corporation, DFC, issued letters of interest for potential support of up to $3 billion and $1 million respectively. This is but one example of how like-minded partners can support the needed early work to deploy new nuclear technologies in a safe and secure manner. Whether deepening existing cooperation or supporting nuclear newcomer countries through capacity building, the United States is fortunate to have strong partnerships with like-minded allies on civil nuclear energy. The Department of State negotiates and concludes diplomatic instruments, including 123 agreements, the legally binding agreements, including high nonproliferation standards, that we sign with countries before significant nuclear material and equipment exports, as well as other intergovernmental agreements and nuclear cooperation memoranda of understanding. It is through these international instruments that we strengthen our bilateral relationships, enhance our security, as well as that of our allies and partners, create connections between U.S. industry and partner countries, and lay the groundwork for future civil nuclear cooperation. Nuclear energy cooperation fosters relationships among the public and private sectors that can last from 50 to 100 years, and it is important for countries to select reliable partners. We are proud to further our national security through civil nuclear partnerships. At COP26, I presented a $25 million nuclear futures package of support to access clean nuclear energy. In this package of programs and activities, the United States is working with partners worldwide on nuclear energy projects to address the climate crisis and drive growth for communities in a safe and secure manner. For example, this package included the Pullman front-end engineering and design study for the large reactor project awarded to U.S. companies Westinghouse and Bechtel, a project in which State Department was a major contributor. In May, we delivered on another commitment from that package with the launch of the E2 Center at Polytechnica University in Bucharest, Romania. This control room simulator will educate and train the next generation of nuclear engineers to operate advanced civil nuclear reactor technologies while establishing Romania as a regional educational and training hub for the next stage of civil nuclear deployments across Romania and Europe. Workforce development is of great importance to ensure the next generation has the requisite skills to support growing civil nuclear needs. Universities and other educational centers play a critical role in supporting a robust and diverse workforce and localization. We have world-class innovators who are developing technologies that address long-standing concerns and present real opportunities for meeting today's energy and climate crisis. In all of these efforts, however, communication is key. Not just communication between governments, but communication among all stakeholders, industries, NGOs, and most importantly, the general public. Active misinformation and disinformation about nuclear energy and climate change all too often turns some stakeholders against progress, and we must do more to counter these disinformation campaigns if we are to be successful. We believe that engaging early with countries through capacity building programs is key to proactively shaping nuclear programs to prioritize the highest standards of safety, security, and nonproliferation. It also enhances the possibility of cooperation with the United States or other democratic suppliers. I mentioned our first program, building on more than 60 years of U.S. innovation and expertise in nuclear energy. FIRST provides capacity building support to partner countries as they develop their civil nuclear energy programs. FIRST provides training to and engagement with our foreign partners on topics such as SMR technology selection, licensing and safety regulations, financing, workforce development, project localization, stakeholder outreach, nuclear security and nonproliferation, and spent fuel management. FIRST provides this capacity building support in a manner consistent with the International Atomic Energy Agency's milestones approach for implementing a responsible nuclear power program. FIRST is a multi-agency U.S. government initiative led by the State Department that draws expertise from a wide range of experts throughout the U.S. interagency, national laboratories, industry, NGOs, and universities. We currently provide FIRST capacity building support to nearly 20 partner countries with more than $21 million in funding announced, more than 1,500 nuclear experts and officials engaged, and over 100 capacity building events to date, including in Sub-Saharan Africa, Southeast Asia, and Central Europe. We are grateful to our contributing partners, the Republic of Korea, Japan, and Canada. Countries are recognizing the opportunity SMRs present for energy security and environmental reasons. At the Department of State, we are on the receiving end of countries sharing their interest about how to use new nuclear technologies to secure their energy independence and decarbonize. Building upon the promise of SMRs at COP27, Special Envoy Kerry launched a new initiative, Project Phoenix, which will accelerate the transition of coal-fired plants in Europe to SMRs that will utilize existing infrastructure and retain local jobs. Project Phoenix will provide direct U.S. support for coal to SMR feasibility studies and related activities in support of energy security goals. Coal to nuclear transitions will revitalize local economies while decarbonizing and increasing energy security. We are thrilled to receive a large number of exceptional applications from eligible countries and look forward to our official launch this fall and hope to expand it to meet the demand. We are at a critical juncture for both climate change and energy security. We need to ensure global energy access and security in a way that responsibly sources nuclear fuel and meets global decarbonization needs. Scientific innovations have provided us with technology solutions that can enable a transition to ever cleaner energy. We have the ability to develop and implement policies to responsibly deploy SMRs to meet the moment. But in doing so, we will not and must not compromise on upholding the highest safety, security, and nonproliferation standards. Indeed, responsible deployment is neither in competition nor conflict with these goals. It is through this lens that we will continue to responsibly deploy clean, reliable nuclear energy technologies. I'm excited about the promise of these emerging and more flexible technologies and their potential to support net zero by 2050, create jobs, stimulate economies, while supporting our energy security and nonproliferation goals, and achieving progress on the United Nations Sustainable Development Goal for affordable and clean energy. I would like to again thank both the Korean Advanced Institute of Science and Technology's Nuclear Nonproliferation Education and Research Center and the Korea Institute of Nuclear Nonproliferation and Control for the invitation to speak. It's time to get to work. I look forward to continuing this conversation and working together to meet the moment on climate and energy security.
Thank you very much. I think this is a perfect speech for the groundbreaking session. She summarized, she summarize the needs for the SMR development and the future shape the SMR will bring. And also, she stressed the point of first program, so the foundational infrastructure for the responsible use of SMR. And she also stated the need for the safety, security, and non-proliferation that cannot be compromised. So I think this is a very perfect speak for the first session. And by the way, we have some technical problem, so we have to change so actually the original plan with the speaker is from the IAEA, but now it is changed. So Dr. Sung-Yeon Jo will be the next speaker. And actually, he and I are alumni and graduate together. So we know very much each other. But the topic he is speak, I don't know very much. Okay, you have the floor now.
Okay, and thanks, Chair and friend. The topic that I'm going to talk about with you is about the SMR regulations, particularly nuclear security regulation. Actually, I have some limited time for presentation. I'd like you to understand that I focus on some keywords and key context. Okay, during my presentation, we will see what we should consider while handling nuclear security issues of SMR, and what kinds of international efforts are being implemented under the leadership of the IAEA. During my presentation, I'm sorry, but I'd like to start my presentation with some simple questions. Why do we need nuclear energy? Why do we need the SMR? Actually, for everybody concerned, the conflict between Ukraine and Russia has once again revealed the fact we, humankind, are confronted with energy crisis. More specifically, energy security crisis on the rise of energy demand. Another problem is global warming. I guess all you guys saw the news, the weather news telling that last July was the hottest one ever since the weather observation has started. Actually, we have been searching for the solutions for these issues for a long time. How to acquire indispensable energy source while reducing the greenhouse gas emission. The first thing we have to do is cutting down the use of fossil fuel. If then, we need alternative energy sources. And anyone can easily come up with the idea that solar energy or wind energy, like the renewable energy source, can take the role of fossil fuel. But it is already well-known fact that they cannot provide sufficient energy for our living, and they have some various hidden problems. In this context, the benefits of nuclear energy have been spotlighted again. No greenhouse gas energy emission, excellence in electricity quality, and the power supply stability. But most of the conventional nuclear power plants are light water reactor types, and they have some technical problems, technical limitations. Actually, we have continually upgraded the power output more than 1 gigawatt for economic reasons, which means lacking flexibility for small energy needs. And regulations have been tightening since the Fukushima accident. It's also negative for economics. And a huge amount of capital is required for construction. And I don't see there are many newcomer countries with that enough financial capacity. Anyway, I'd like to underline one more time, the nuclear energy should be the essential element of national energy strategy. In this complicated situation, the SMRs are emerging as game changer. Recognized as an alternative that can overcome the limitations of conventional nuclear power plants. Currently, more than 80 reactor types, including Korea's innovative SMR, are currently under development. The representative SMR type is, of course, a light water reactor, but various non-water cooled reactor types, like high temperature gas reactor and the molten salt reactors, are under development. And about the siting, SMR can be located above ground and underground, and even on the sea and under the sea, which means it is floating type and transportable. And modularization, and this is the very unique feature of SMR. And SMR adopts a complete passive safety system, which enables us to prevent severe accident fundamentally. Okay, to summarize the characteristics of SMR, first, enhanced safety, and innovative technology, and flexibility. Actually, despite of this advantage, there are still issues to be solved about the economic feasibility and regulation applicability. Okay, in this slide, I'd like to give some short introduction about the representative SMR types under development or in operation. Mostly light water reactor types, and they are multi-purpose, like power production, hydrogen generation, and desalination, and thermal energy supply. First on this scale by United States, this is actually the first SMR that acquires standard design approval, maybe last February. It has got the DC approval from NRC and is expected to start operation in 2026. China's ACP-100, the construction of its demonstration plant started in 2021, and the Russian KIAT-40S, actually a modified version of nuclear reactor installed formerly in icebreaker and floating type, and the 2 units are in operation. Argentina is one of the countries that are very enthusiastic about SMR development. CAREM, known to be developed by Argentina's own technology, is expected to reach critical within this year. SMART, Korea's first SMR development started in 1997, and the design certificate was issued in 2012. But it was not successful in business. And another one is developed by Capco ENC, Korea's leading plant engineering company. It developed independently its own model, Bandit 60. This is a floating type. And the ISMR, the development project was launched last April, and it is expected to apply a standard design certificate 2026 and get approval in 2028. Okay, regarding the licensing nuclear power plants, the critical issues are mostly related with safety, so far at least. But we have to consider the changing environment and swift advancement of technology. Especially the design characteristics of SMR bring up new implication in terms of nuclear security. So I'd like to take a look at what discussions have been going on about the nuclear security with WINS workshop held in 2019. WINS invited experts from IAEA, vendors, researchers, and regulators. It was the first massive international workshop with SMR security agenda. The main topics were SMR technology and impact on security, security by design, security, safety, integration, impact on fuel cycle facility, and the regulatory framework. Actually, the ultimate answer that every stakeholder of SMR wants to find is how to attain sustainable SMR operation. The first concern is, of course, cost. In the WINS workshop, the first requirement among the participants was the cost of nuclear security. It should be reduced while maintaining current security and safety level. And to discern the impacts from SMR design and the technological choices, and draw gradual changes in regulatory approach. Actually, they wanted some exemption or ease of current regulation. And in this WINS workshop, the result of survey on SMR nuclear security was also released. It should be noted that 80% of potential customers acknowledge nuclear security is a key issue, and 50% believe the cost of nuclear security will be lower than conventional PWRs, and 50% are not sure whether SMRs are resilient to cyber attacks. But SMR will be an opportunity to increase harmonization of international security regulations. And the following key agendas were discussed during the workshop: necessity of new security regulations, SMR structural solidity, graded approach, design basis threat, and the threat assessment for SMRs, sabotage analysis for URC and HRC, on-site fuel storage, security consideration for siting, the role of the IAEA, and so on. The WINS workshop discussion topics were composed of 5 sessions, and they are still hot debating subjects between developers and the regulators. In this presentation, I do not intend to present any solution or answer for the security issues, but I would like to remind these issues should be solved and can be solved if all stakeholders have some willing to cooperate. Let's just see what the topics were discussed: technological characteristics, simplification, modularization, underground construction for enhanced physical security, and the passive system. Actually, the underground design is definitely advantageous in terms of physical security, but SMR simplification and modular design are not desirable, which means we have to analyze the trade-off between the design characteristics. Security by design and the safety and security integration. These kind of topics were understanding the threat landscape from technology advances, and how to defend against it, and the reasonable level of investment in nuclear security, and applying PSA for physical protection system analysis. In session 3, cybersecurity issues were discussed: potential weakness in supply chain, network connection for remote monitoring inside the threat. In session 4, impact on fuel cycle was discussed. In case the floating top SRM is crossing the borderline, how to regulate and which countries' regulation be applied can be somewhat complicated situations. And the extended refueling cycle than conventional PWRs, and the MOX fuel security, and the transport regulation for spent fuel, decommissioned SMR modules. In session 5, regulatory framework to address security issues early in the design stage. This is so-called security by design. In most SMR design, the number of operators is considered to be drastically reduced, like 3 persons for 8 module reactors. For example, this case is for the Korea's innovative SMR. So it is highly required to resolve security issues through design and engineered safety feature, and reduce reliance on human actions. And it was also pointed out that existing security requirements are so strict that inflict an unnecessary regulatory burden. So it is requested that present prescriptive regulation practices to shift to outcome-based approach. I'd like to introduce common regulatory issues identified in SMR Regulators Forum led by the IAEA, emergency planning zone, and defense in depth, and the graded approach. As I said, most developers and vendors' interests are business feasibility. So they want to reduce cost required for construction. So they are claiming the EPZ, emergency planning zone, can be reduced within and the plant boundary because of enhanced safety and reduced radiological inventory. And they require the flexible application of the ID and the expanding graded approach. Actually, these issues seem to be safety issues, but they are very important in terms of nuclear security as well. And not like safety regulation issues, nuclear security issues are mainly related with perimeter structures rather than the system inside, like entry press, as summarized in the table. In nuclear security, 2 points should be focused: physical security attacks and then safety system will function due to the cyber attack. Currently, we don't have any refined security regulation guides specific for SMR because the design characteristics are very unique and different for each SMR type. It is not possible to prepare a complete document set like a conventional PWRs for right now. Actually, PWR regulatory systems have been established based on the experience accumulated for the more than 5 decades. Actually, in Korea, the regulation guide for SMR nuclear security is being developed in line with the development of innovative SMR design. In physical security, we are going to look inside the structural design, reactor location, manpower level, and radiological inventory in order to identify vital area and decide the physical security measures, sabotage response, and graded approach, etc. In cybersecurity, we have to examine how much resources are shared between the modules and assess the vulnerability of INC system. And before moving to the next slide, let me cast one more issue about SMR cybersecurity and the remote control and the load follow, which have hardly suggested in PWRs, but it will be very unique operation characteristics of SMR. Current nuclear power plant control network is closed from the internet, but is it possible to maintain a closed network in SMR case if we adopt remote control and the load follow? Just think about it. Okay, in this slide, I'd like to give a short explanation why we need SABD, security by design, which means that the security issues should be solved only in the design stage. Otherwise, you might encounter unwanted situations like redesign, remodeling, or reconstruction. In the case of physical security, it's more related with structure, so it looks like we have enough time to prepare required measures after construction is completed. It's okay to reflect the requirement in the procedural regulation afterwards, but cybersecurity is a totally different story. Especially, SM has no choice but to expand the use of digital devices and equipment, and they are directly related to a safety system. So, with regard to cybersecurity, all regulatory requirements should be reflected only in the design stage. Of course, the regulation standards and the guides should be provided to the developers on time. That's the mission of regulators. And the current regulatory system are very strict and very conservative, and mainly prepared for PWR technology. So it is not easy to meet the regulatory requirement with the innovativeness of SMR. It can be said that the SMR Regulatory Forum and NESI, Nuclear Harmonization and Standardization Initiative, are organized to discuss how to get over this difficulty. SMR Regulatory Forum has been actually leading the international discussion about SMR regulations and the cooperation between regulatory bodies of member states, like United States NRC and the Canadian CNSC, and even Korea's KINS and KINAC. Launched in 2015, the current 12 states joined. It started with originally 2 years mandate with 3 working groups, but extended its mission, and you will meet the phase 3 final report at the end of this year. Actually, I showed the 3 common regulatory issues about SMR. Regulatory regarding graded approach, SMR regulatory forum's position is that a current PWR standards starting point. It's not quite different about defense in depth and EPZ. SMR regulatory forum's position is that developers should observe the safety principles and follow a proven methodology. The current situation can be summarized like that. Regulators adhere to the principles, but exercise flexibility considering characteristics of SMR, while developers require exemplary ease of regulations. But it should be noted that regulators were aware that the innovativeness of SMR can be a conflict between developers and the regulators, and imply the possibility of a flexible regulatory approach. The last year, IEA Director General Raphael suggested a new initiative, NESI. The objectives are to enlarge the role of nuclear power for mitigating climate change and to prevent regulation harms against SMR, and to prepare internationally harmonized and standardized way to deploy SMRs. We are expecting through NESI minimizing repetition of regulatory review between member states, minimizing design changes due to differences between states, and establishing common basis for regulatory decisions while preserving each country's sovereignty. NESI had 3 working groups: sharing information, pre-licensing regulatory review, and leveraging other regulatory reviews. We had a kickoff meeting last October, and the plenary meeting was held in Vienna last June. As Korean representatives, KINAC and the KINS are assigned to working groups and participate discussions on drafting IEA tech docs. Actually, I included CNSC and the US NRC activities because they are leading the SMR regulations and discussions in SMR Regulatory Forum and NESI. But I think we have another presentation by CNSC expert right after me, so I'd like us to skip this part. Okay, let me close my presentation with some comments. Actually, I'm participating in SMR Regulatory Forum and the NESI working group. And during the previous meetings, I felt some high hopes about the SMR and some tensions between member states. And I guess that was a kind of silent competition and also cooperation to preoccupy future SMR market. Actually, SMR Forum and the working group members are not vendors and the developers. It's very interesting that they are all regulators. And then if you want to sell your SMR to other countries, you have to reflect the security requirements of importing countries. The security requirements are dependent on the design features, but you have to consider country-specific conditions as well. So I'd say nuclear security is the decisive factor which determines the competitiveness of SMR in the international market. And I'd like to underline the importance of security by design and security safety integration one more time. It enables us to avoid unnecessary trial and error repetitions during system design. Actually, it looks like every SMR development project has similar approaches and stages. I mean, the regulation regime for SMR is being formulated simultaneously in line with the system design works. So it is crucial to share design information between developers and the regulators in near real time, and regulators should provide regulatory guides for developers as soon as possible. And it should be noted that the international society is trying to deploy SMR worldwide, and the IAEA is leading that effort. Although standardization and harmonization of regulations among the member states is not easy task, but it can be said that it is prerequisite to eliminate regulation barriers to expand the use of nuclear energy. Since each country has a different position, interest, it is necessary for all countries to actively participate in discussions and lead the agenda in order to reach an agreement. Let me stop here. Thanks.
Wow, he is attempting to quench our wills to develop SMR. He listed up all the regulatory issues and security issues that we have to solve in the future. I think, but it is a very valuable presentation for us, because those issues we have to solve out. So those issues shouldn't be our barrier for the development of SMR. So I think, in that sense, it is quite a valuable presentation for us. And I think we don't need to frustrate to this requirement, but we have to solve out that. Actually, this session is planned to have raise question and comment at the end of this session after 11:20. But the next speaker is in Vienna, and it is 3 a.m. there, and we cannot ask him to stay awake another 2 hours. So after next presentation, I will ask you to raise questions just after the presentation. And our next speaker is Dr. Shahan Pogosyan, and he is in the IAEA, and he received a PhD in 2008, and he joined in the IAEA in 2016, and he is actively involved in the 3S activities in the IAEA to enhance the safety. And again, his presentation will be 3S interfaces and challenges. Let's invite him, Dr. Pogosyan, right? Hello, now you have the floor.
Hello. Thank you, and good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Greetings from Vienna. I'm sharing my screen. I just would like to ask you to confirm that you can see my first slide. Yes. Okay, so my name is Shahan Pogosyan, and this presentation will be mostly about the safety, security, and safeguards, so-called 3S interfaces and challenges, with the specific focus on SMRs. I appreciate the previous speaker who covered many activities and initiatives here in the agency. We are working on SMRs, and I will present one part of it, which is related to the considerations of safety, security, and safeguards interfaces and potential challenges connected with that. So in my presentation, I will discuss why 3S interfaces are important, why we should consider that, and why it is so important, especially for SMRs that are currently in the design stage, the main challenges connected with this topic, and some summary about the work done in the agency in this regard, and ideas and thoughts on the path forward in this area. Now you can see my first slide, which is titled "Why it is important," and I would like to start with the high-level requirement, which is requirement 8 mentioned in the document SSR 2/1, which is a specific safety requirements of the IAEA on safety of nuclear power plants. design, and requirement 8 asks that the safety measures, nuclear security measures, and the arrangements for state system of accounting for and control of nuclear materials of NPPs shall be designed and implemented in an integrated manner so that they do not compromise one another. So why this is so important? First of all, because there are interfaces between 3S, between safety, security, and safeguards, and some of them are representing I would say conflicts or some negative interfaces between safety, security, and safeguards, and some of them are also could be exploited in terms of potential synergies, and I will talk about that later. And interfaces are currently not considered systematically. We cannot say that they are not considered at all, but we cannot see that the potential interfaces are being considered in a systematic manner. Typically, the safety dominates the scene in terms of design, together with, let's say, some economic considerations and others. But then security by design and safeguards by design, they are coming later, and not always the interfaces between 3S are considered systematically. They are harder to address, or even sometimes impossible, when the design is finalized and built, and then we are trying to catch up and try to address them later in the later stage. Therefore, right now we have a unique time window while these reactors, like such as SMRs, are in the design stage. Now with the SMRs, the previous speaker already presented some of the complexities, and I would like to mention that that this issue of consideration of the 3S interfaces is getting more complex in light of the innovative reactors such as SMRs, where the novelties that are exploited there, they lead to several challenges for all 3S. And I will have a specific slide on that in my presentation. Now, the main objectives of considering of 3S in the design stage is, first of all, the systematic consideration of the interfaces, and for that, identification of the entire spectrum of potential interfaces, considering potential impact from one discipline, from safety considerations to security and vice versa, and addressing these interfaces through optimal design solutions. Also, the last but not least, the objective is to try to capitalize on the potential synergies between 3S whenever they can be revealed and also exploited. Now, in this slide, I would like to talk about SMR novelties versus challenges for all 3S, and the previous speaker already covered some of the novelties, such as transportability of the new SMRs concepts, then different locations, remote locations, sometimes even urban locations, new fuel concepts, long refueling periods, higher enrichment, factory sealed cores, and highly integrated software-based systems. So all of these are examples of novelties integrated in the SMR designs. And if we talk about the 3S, safety, security, and safeguards, each of them might have a specific challenge connected with this novelty. Let's start with the transportability. So transportability is leading to the new hazards in terms of safety, and also transportability concepts, they affect, they have a new security threats, and also it's not clear how to tackle this issue in terms of different safeguards agreements and obligations when the transportable reactors are moved from one type of state, for instance, from nuclear weapon state to another. Second item is locations, let's say remote locations. In this case, the safety demonstration has its own challenges. And also some security arrangements might be really different in case of the concepts when there is no human presence or site, or very limited human presence. Again, safeguardability might be an issue, and some of the aspects, some of the approaches might not be directly applicable, such as, for instance, unannounced inspections for safeguards. Then new fuel concepts, they are changing the safety metrics. Not always now the core damage is a good metric to reflect the risk of, let's say, of non-water-cooled reactors. The smaller size of fuel and storage geometry is affecting the safeguards verification, and also online refueling of the moving fuel verification is a challenge for safeguards. Long refueling periods, they affect the material characteristics, and also there is not always an access to the fuel for longer time. However, probably this can be solved by establishing proper surveillance measures, but this needs to be taken into account. Higher enrichment, it will require more resources for safeguards. Factory sealed cores, they represent potential safety issues, and also during transportation and in the factories. And also safeguards needs to be applied, in this case, already in the manufacturing stage. And last but not least, it's the highly integrated software-based systems, which represent certain complexity in terms of multi-modular designs, shared main control rooms between the modules, and also from security point of view, it represents the increased potential for the cyber attacks. So those are the challenges when we are talking about different 3S and novelties. Those are just some examples. And now I would like to talk about the interfaces between these 3S. Let's start with the safety and security, where, for instance, software safety systems, they represent a very good feature for safety. They are flexible, fast reacting to the progressing initiating events or accidents, and but they represent certain security risks and bringing to the new vulnerabilities in terms of cybersecurity. Preventing access of external resources in case of the safety-related accidents. The security could be could delay or prevent the access of external resources. The information sharing is really different in terms of safety and security domains. Barriers, they can be both pros and cons for safety and security. And safety systems SSC classification is for safety. For security needs to be considering the safety implications as well. So between safety and safeguards, when we are looking to the Comprehensive Safeguards Agreement, paragraph 87 in INFCIRC 153, then we can see that it asks that the safety should not be affected during the safeguards inspections, and also the access of safeguards inspectors should not be delayed or prevented due to the safety considerations. Sometimes there is an idea of using of common equipment for safety and safeguards purposes, but then I'm not sure whether it can be considered as an independent verification tool. And between security and safeguards, material control and accountancy is one of the areas for interface. Also, preventing the access for safeguards inspectors due to the security reasons might be an issue. And for the remote locations of SMRs, one of the solutions for safeguards is the constant transmission of surveillance data from the facility, which might be seen, which is a good feature for safeguards, but which might be seen as an issue for security or cybersecurity vulnerabilities. Now, those were the potential issues and challenges to be considered, but now I would like to also list some of the potential synergies. Synergies might be achieved in the area of legal and regulatory framework with the optimal design solutions, especially for the SMRs. And when I'm saying that, I would like to highlight that these concepts are not really applicable only to SMRs. They are applicable to any nuclear power plant and even to any nuclear installation. Nuclear material accountancy and control and also access control systems are clear areas for potential synergies between security and safeguards. And fuel manufacturing is an area where we can achieve good characteristics for safety and also for less risk for non-proliferation. And last but not least, that the use of risk-informed approaches or safety analysis, they might be expanded from safety, let's say, to security applications as well. Now, what are the main challenges when we are trying to implement 3S interfaces and considerations in practice? First of all, there is a lack of comprehensive guidance in this area and lack of practical experience, a systematic experience. There are some uncertainties and unknowns in this area. Not always request for proper consideration of interfaces is reflected in the regulatory frameworks. And also there are specific challenges, as I already mentioned, connected with the novelties in innovative reactors and SMRs for 3S. And sometimes there is also a reluctance or not fully understanding of the benefits from the designers, why 3S considerations is important and how it can boost the technology. Some work is already done on 3S, and you can see here a number of IEA activities focused on SMRs. We had a webinar in February 22. Here you have an active link when you can connect and see the webinar. Then the technical meeting on 3S by design was conducted in June 22 with a quite large participation from the member states. Also, we have a preprint available of the safety report 123, applicability of IEA safety standards to SMRs. And here you can see the chapter 5, which talks about the interfaces between 3S. We had several consultancy meetings and conferences like TIC 2022 last year or Safeguard Symposium when we discussed 3S, and we continue to work in this area, which allows us to, and the nuclear community, to understand more the 3S interfaces and key insights for future work. And the path forward, what we see is the first of all, working on publications in this area, in addition to the safety report I mentioned in the last slide, providing guidance and recommendations to support the implementation of requirement 8 of SSR 2/1, considerations of 3S interfaces, capacity building activities, integrating in the safety review missions, integrating the module on 3S interfaces, involvement of the designers and stakeholders in the process, in the discussions, and wider use of risk-informed approaches for all 3S, not only for safety, but for security and safeguards considerations. And here I would like to also highlight the one house approach and good cooperation within the house in IEA between the colleagues of safety, security, and safeguards. I really appreciate that, representing the safety part of the agency. Now, this is my last slide with the key messages. First of all, I would like to highlight that there are interfaces between 3S. Some of them are affecting each other in a negative manner, but also we have an areas for synergies, and we should try to exploit them. There is a gap in the area of integrated consideration of 3S interfaces, lack of guidance, lack of examples, experiences, and IEA is trying to provide platforms for discussion and for sharing experience in this area. Novelties in innovative reactors are very good. They bring a lot of benefits, but also they provide some specific challenges which needs to be considered for all 3S. And what is very important, I would like to highlight that now we have a unique opportunity to address these 3S interfaces in the early design stage for the SMRs, which are still not finalized and still going through the design process. And it's time to act, and we should not lose this opportunity now. So thank you for very much for your attention. I would just like to highlight two inter-regional workshops. First one is on 3S by design. First one is on general issues happening in September this year in Idaho National Laboratory. and second is planned for 2024. Still the dates and venue to be discussed. It will be more focused on practical arrangement and examples for Trieste. Thank you very much, and floor is back to you.
Thank you very much for Dr. Poxian. And I think he addressed very important three issues in the top tier requirement of the SMR development. And I would like to ask a question and comments of the audience. Right.
Thank you very much. My name is Yan Liang. I'm from the Middlebury Institute of International Studies at Monterey. My question is related to military microreactors, which quite a few countries are developing. Specifically, how would safety regulatory review work for these military microreactors? How would IAEA safeguards be applied? Would they qualify under sort of the suspension of safeguards provision in countries' CSAs? And finally, how would security be ensured if one day these military microreactors are deployed on the battlefield to power military bases, etc.? Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the question. It's a challenging one. I would like to respond from the safety point of view because I am representing the safety part of the agency. So for the safety regulations, again, the regulatory framework is the national, and I would expect that it will be covered within the national framework regarding in accordance to the national safety regulations. However, what we can offer from the IEA side is the design safety review missions, which are also applicable for microreactors. And currently, maybe you know, we developed a new model on conceptual design review. So even in the conceptual stage, the IEA can review the microreactors and also provide some insights on what are the recommendations in terms of the IEA safety standards for these reactors. For security and safeguards, those are really specific challenges to be, first of all, tackled in the national framework. And if there are more detailed questions or requests from the audience, I would be glad to connect you with my colleagues working on the security and safeguards in the agency and try to answer those questions.
Okay, the next, yeah.
Well, good evening for you. Thank you for joining us at very awkward time for you. And thank you for your very comprehensive presentation. My question is very simple. You said something about safety measures should be different from the current design approaches in SMR because there is no maybe cold meltdown. So what are the alternative concepts you are considering at this point?
Yes, thank you. So what I meant is the safety or risk metrics, which we are talking about now. So as you know, when talking about the risk metrics, we start with the core damage or core damage frequency, and it is not fully applicable, for instance, for molten salt reactors or for instance, for high temperature gas reactors. And therefore, for them, the idea is to shift to the more consequence type of risk metrics, such as releases, radioactive releases, or offsite consequences and impact on the people and the environment. And from this point of view, it's like natural change from level 1 probabilistic safety assessment or probabilistic risk assessment to level 2 and 3 PSA. And for that, the agency has right now 2 safety guides covering level 1 and level 2 PSA, which are both in the revision. The safety guide on level 1 PSA is finalized. The safety guide on level 2 PSA covering the releases is in the process. And by the way, it is now shared with the member states for comments. So I would appreciate any feedback on that. And there is no safety guide on level 3 PSA, which is covering the offsite consequences. And therefore, there is a request from the member states to the agency to start developing this new safety guide on level 3 PSA, also to address this issue with the new SMRs and non-water cooled reactors, mostly where level 3 PSA risk matrix is being actively used.
Okay, right. So I will ask 2 or 3 questions because we are a bit late, delayed the time. Yeah.
Thank you for interesting presentation. I'm Kwang-Seo Kim from South Korea. I studied at Hanyang University, major in nuclear engineering. And I have a question about the 3S interface diagrams. To my understanding, safeguard, security, and safety are somewhat related, have some similarities, and it's crucial to understand them comprehensively. In this regard, could you explain more detail about the specific examples of the relationship with the 3S each other? And on top of that, I have another question about safeguard by design. And I understand that active discussions are ongoing within the IAEA about safeguard by design. And I think this concept entails the direct involvement from the reactor design stage to make the safeguards easily applicable. And in this regard, how can IAEA or the government convince reactor suppliers to adopt safeguard by design in this context? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So for the first question, the security and safeguards, they are similar, as you mentioned, in terms of the final, maybe the ultimate goal to protect people and the environment, but they are looking on the different, I would say, undesired consequences. For safety, it's radioactive releases. For security, it's diversion or misuse. And for safeguards, it's acquisition of nuclear weapons. And in terms of the interfaces, they are, even though they are looking to the different undesired events, they might have interfaces which can be exploited as synergies, as I mentioned. For instance, for the fuel design, the fuel design can be done in a way that it is beneficial for safety. It's better. It's an accident-tolerant fuel, or it's a fuel with better characteristics for safety, but also at the same time that it can be better for in terms of the, let's say, risk for proliferation, which is good for safeguards. And when we are talking about, let's say, safety and security interfaces such as highly integrated software systems, as I mentioned in my presentation, it's very good for safety. They allow flexibility and a lot of functionalities for safety point of view, and can be used in a flexible manner in accident sequences, but they represent a specific risk for security, which just needs to be taken into account. And the best time to do it is the design stage, to consider all these kind of interfaces. Now, your second question about the safeguards by design, it's the IAEA offers meetings, and it offers a connection line, I think, through the SGCP, our safeguards colleagues from Concepts and Planning Division, and they are, as far as I know, they are already discussing safeguards by design with several designers. The benefits needs to be understood by the designers, that integration of safeguards by design allows for easier operation later, and also for the designers it increases the marketing characteristics of that reactor. And right now there are already discussions with several designers. I'm not familiar with which ones in particular, but if there is interest from a specific designer, I can keep you in contact with our colleagues working on safeguards by design, with Jeremy Whitlock and his team, and then you can take it from there and start working with the agency on the approaches.
Okay, I think this should be the last question. So at the end of the hello, at the end of yeah.
Oh, thank you. Thank you for your presentation. I'm Cheolmin Kim from GS Energy SMR business team. So my question is about the IAEA's role for the harmonization of international nuclear safety regulation. So the first question would be, how can IAEA persuade each country's regulator to modify their own regulations to meet the international standards or IAEA standard? The second question is about when is the target timeline? So can it meet the early 2030s when the first batch of SMR comes into the market? Thank you.
Now, thank you. So first of all, your question, so the role of IEA is right now mostly focusing on the NACI initiative, which was also mentioned by the previous speaker. Within this initiative, what IEA can do is provide a platform and bring together all the regulators, and that's what we are doing right now, and trying to harmonize the activities. What is an important outcome from this is that bilateral or multilateral efforts from the regulators are allowing for better harmonization and standardization, and also understanding specific challenges found in the review of one regulator for a specific design, and this can really accelerate the process. Also, some pre-licensing efforts and engagement with the regulator is very important and also can accelerate, and that is also addressing the issue related to the timing. Of course, it's not easy effort, I should mention. I'm not directly involved in this activity, but working with the colleagues working on NESI, I understand that it's not easy, and we are moving in that direction. Regarding the timing, it's very hard to assess, but definitely the current efforts of NESI and current efforts of bringing regulators together and discussing all the challenges and also lessons learned from one regulator to another definitely accelerates the process and brings some insights to another regulator which are already learned or experienced by the first regulator, and we are continuing in this direction. Let's hope that it will boost the development of harmonization and standardization in this area.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Pokshan, for a nice presentation and detailed Q&A, and also for staying awake. So now you can sleep now. Okay.
Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Dr. Elaine Kanasesh, and she's from CNSC. She worked there since 2010, and she's a senior nuclear non-proliferation regulator and advisor, and she will deliver a presentation titled with Canada's approach to SMR's challenges and opportunities. Hello. Okay, now you have the floor. Elaine? Can you hear me? Elaine?
Hello, everybody. Can you hear me okay?
Yes. Now you have the floor. Hello.
Great. I'm just going to try and share my screen to put my presentation up. You could just give me a second, please.
Okay, can you share your presentation? Hello, Elaine.
Okay, hopefully you can see the presentation now.
Right. Can you make it a full screen?
Okay, well, thank you so much for having me at this conference. My name is Elaine Kanaswich. I am a senior advisor in the Nuclear Nonproliferation and Export Control Division at the Canadian Nuclear Safety Commission. It's a pleasure and honor to be speaking with you, and I'd like to acknowledge the speakers ahead of me who touched on many of the issues that you'll see in my presentation today. This is a brief overview of my presentation. I'll be discussing a little bit about the CNSC's work on SMRs and our vendor review process. We'll touch a little bit on the concept of safety, security, and safeguards by design, and the implications on nuclear nonproliferation and some challenges and opportunities this presents. And then, of course, I'll end with some conclusions. The CNSC's mandate is to regulate the use of nuclear energy and materials to protect health, safety, security, and the environment. Additionally, we are the authority in Canada that is charged with implementing Canada's international commitments on the peaceful uses of nuclear energy. As some of you may know, we have extensive domestic experience operating and regulating reactors, in this case the CANDU type, which Korea also has. We are also expected to be one of the first G7 countries to deploy an SMR reactor. That's expected to take place at probably in the next 5 to 10 years. The CNSC has, as a result, been working to prepare for SMR deployment by undergoing what's called SMR readiness. This ensures the regulatory readiness both from a human resource capacity, but also a technical expertise to make sure that Canada and the CNSC are ready to regulate SMRs when they are deployed. With the three S's, with regards to SMRs, the CNSC recognizes that SMRs and advanced reactors do represent a new technology, but we do not have a new legal meaning for them or a regulatory distinction, meaning that just like other nuclear facilities, SMRs will be regulated in the same manner with regards to safety, security, and safeguard expectations. SMRs will have basically the same processes for licensing within the CNSC as traditional SMRs. So we don't have a separate process for SMR licensing. It will follow the same process that we use for traditional large-scale reactors. And the way that we're able to do this is through having a technology-neutral approach, meaning that our regulatory framework is the same, applies to regular reactors as well as SMR reactors and advanced reactors, but we're just updating them and reviewing them to make sure that they address the unique aspects of SMRs. And as some of the previous speakers noted, SMRs and advanced reactors do present unique safety, security, and safeguard considerations and implications for nuclear nonproliferation. In the CNSC, we're currently undergoing what's called the Vendor Design Review. This is an optional service that permits the CNSC to review designs prior to their formal licensing. The vendor design currently has 3 phases. The first is to review a design and to see if its management systems actually can comply with Canadian regulatory requirements. During phase 2, we look to see whether or not there are any fundamental licensing barriers that exist in the design, which may impact things such as safety or security, and in this case, safeguards as well. And lastly, the vendor is also able to take advantage of the VDR process by following up on specific focus areas in phase 1 and 2. So one thing the CNSC does is encourages early consideration of safeguards and security into design and integration with safety. So in this slide here, you can see how sections 15B and sections 15C of the VDR process focus on security, cybersecurity, and safeguards. So let's talk a little bit more about the 3 S's, safety, security, and safeguards by design. Many SMR designs with advanced and innovative technology solutions are still in their design phase, meaning that we have a terrific opportunity right now to consider the risks of safety, security, and safeguards in a holistic manner, making sure that none of them are afterthoughts. And what that means is making sure that one is not affecting the other in a negative way, but rather enhancing them. So a good example is installing security and safeguards measures that in no way impede safety measures, but at the same time making sure that safety does not preclude the installation of security or safeguards measurements. So the fact that many of these designs are in their infancy presents an opportunity for the designers to actually design for certain risks that may be presented for safety, security, and safeguards, and as a result, reduce these risks at the design stage. Vendors may claim that there are inherent benefits to SMR designs, and as a result, that there is a greater need for collaboration across the 3 S's. Now let's look at safety by design with a little bit more detail. SMRs and advanced reactors often rely on passive systems that are inherent safety characteristics of the reactor, such as low power and operating pressures. So these were examples of safety by the design of the reactor. Some further examples of safety by design include the fact that many will use natural convention or gravity-driven natural circulation for cooling. That does not require heat pumps or other emergency generators for cooling systems. Many of the designs also feature unique factors that make them sizably robust and also have submerged pools of water, which are below ground, which not only prevent, I hope my slides are still going. I think they are. So many of the pools are submerged, which means that that's further cooling, but also the fact that it might further attenuate any motion in the ground and energy that further adds to the seismic robustness of the reactor. There's also the fact that some traditional criteria for containment systems are replaced with the design and the performance criteria, along with highly robust fuel. So as our previous speaker mentioned, some of the fuel design itself means that you don't need to have as much containment. And this is what we call functional containment. With regards to security by design, one aspect is that you can either design out security risks or design in security features that can meet certain outcomes, requirements, and objectives. Some of the challenges of this, of course, is the fact that security risks or the defense basis threat are nationally stated. So it's hard for a foreign vendor to perhaps design for security risks for a particular market, given that it is a domestic security kind of threat assessment that is being conducted. Some designs also have fuels that are less accessible, or the inventory of the fuel itself is quite small, meaning that there's less opportunity for theft, or there's less opportunity for sabotage. And the fueling frequency may also be less, again, exposing the reactor to fewer acts of potential sabotage at that crucial stage. Some reactors might be autonomous or remote operated, which means that you may not have the traditional insider threat risk, but that will present a possible cyber risk. And lastly, some of the reactors will be constructed below grade, which will of course add protection from things such as aircraft strike or missile attacks. But again, it is important to note that some of these design features are not applicable to all SMR designs. Lastly, let's talk a little bit about safeguards by design. All non-nuclear weapon states that are party to the Non-Proliferation Treaty on Nuclear Weapons must accept international safeguards. And this applies to SMRs, advanced reactors, as much as they apply to regular nuclear reactors. By incorporating safeguards features into the design of the SMR prior to its construction can result in significant cost reductions, less time that is required to install the equipment, and of course a reduction on human resources, since you're including all that before the reactor is being built. Early engagement can further ensure that safeguards are considered before the design freezers are made, which again reduce costs when you might have to retrofit a reactor to meet safeguards requirements after it's already been developed and potentially operational. Another benefit is the fact that you can incorporate this during building of new reactors, modifying existing ones, or any other facilities or processes that may arise. It is important to keep in mind that safeguards by design is voluntary and is not a requirement, but is encouraged by regulators, vendors, and operators to talk and discuss at an early stage. Now, what are some of the considerations for nuclear nonproliferation? One thing that we're noticing is that SMR firms are highly collaborative, meaning that research and development is occurring between countries and multiple entities. That means that there's often significant transfers of technology being conducted within multiple jurisdictions. So that raises the question of how is it all being tracked and reported? In addition to collaboration in technology, the supply chain that will support SMR designs, construction, and operation is also expected to be global. So this is going to require robust import and export controls and a consistent application of those. We also have new entrant countries that don't currently operate reactors, but will entering the SMR market. Some SMRs may also be located in new areas and remote locations, which presents unique challenges as well. And again, something that was mentioned by the previous speakers is the fact that many of the SMRs will be using new fuel, which may require more sensitive fuel processes such as enrichment to higher degrees, as well as reprocessing. So this could entail the spread of proliferation-sensitive fuel and processing technologies to more countries. And the more countries that have reprocessing and enrichment capabilities may increase the reputational risk of that country. As I mentioned previously, one thing that we're noticing is that there's high collaboration in terms of not only the design of the reactor, but also how it is being self-regulated. And we're seeing a lot of intangible technology transfers. So examples of intangible technologies is emails, cloud servers, face-to-face meetings, this conference, for example, telephone conversations, downloads from other electronic files, and etc. What a lot of people don't realize is if I'm conveying to you in this presentation some significant information in a teleconference, technically that might be export controlled. And the question is how do we know when it's export controlled? Will everybody be treating it the same way? And when do we know that it crosses that threshold of bilateral or major export control? How do we know that what I deliver in a conference is public knowledge, or if I'm divulging some proliferation-sensitive information? So this is all some things that we need to consider when we're talking about the highly collaborative aspect of SMR designs. Some of the challenges for nuclear nonproliferation are the fact that, SMRs are new technology. Are our current export control regimes accounting for this in an appropriate manner? Are we also ensuring that everybody is treating technology received from a foreign entity in the same manner? Are there domestic laws making sure that they cover the foreign technology in the same manner that the foreign country would itself? I also mentioned previously that there's new reactor builds in new entrant countries. So one has to ask, does this country have the necessary robust regulatory regime to implement export controls, safeguards, and security? Given that they're new to this, do they have everything in place before they actually deploy that reactor? There's also the concern that there's going to be more proliferation-sensitive technology spread to more countries. Is there a means to adequately control it? And is everybody controlling it in the same manner? So if one country controls it vigorously, but another does not, and therefore allow it to go further, does this create a concern for proliferation? And then there's also the question of who owns the technology? In this highly collaborative environment, if one country adds technology in addition to somebody else's technology, and perhaps a third and a fourth country also add their input, who ultimately owns that product? Is it all of the countries, or is it the original country that supplied that technology? There's also the use of significant amounts of contractors. And the question, of course, is, do the contractors themselves understand that they need to be part of this effort to protect proliferation-sensitive information? We know that the vendors, the operators, the licensees, and the countries know what is significant, but does that extend adequately to contractors that may work for a specific period of time and then move on to another contract? And then, of course, there's new vendors. Similar to new entrants, new vendors may be new companies that don't have a history of deploying nuclear technology for 30, 40 years, like your Westinghouse, your Hitachis, and your CANDU reactors, but are new entrants, and therefore do they understand the need for export controls on their technology when they're trying to advertise and market their product to the globe? But of course, I don't want to end on a negative note. There are plenty of opportunities for nuclear non-proliferation. Despite the fact that there could be some new entrants, it is clear that many of them do understand the need to implement robust nuclear non-proliferation policies. This is evident when you see the collaboration that is happening within the IAEA context and several bilateral agreements that are being concluded. The Canadian Nuclear Safety Commission, for example, has entered into several agreements with our United Kingdom counterparts, our American counterparts, and recently our Polish counterparts to work on collaborating more carefully on SMRs. There's also significantly more bilateral intergovernmental agreements being signed. For example, Canada is concluding one with Poland to ensure that there's adequate provisions to cover the transfer of nuclear technology when Poland decides to build their first reactor. And then, of course, there's fantastic initiatives such as what Secretary Bonnie Jenkins mentioned in the first initiative, and of course this conference that raises awareness among participants about the need to address those challenges to nuclear non-proliferation. Also, the fact that new reactor technologies have that opportunity to integrate safeguard security and safety by design, something that hasn't happened in the old reactor types. So this presents a fantastic opportunity. And then, of course, while geopolitical issues such as the war in Ukraine do present a challenge, there's also evidence that it is rallying the nuclear non-proliferation community to have outcomes on the margins of events such as the Non-Proliferation Review Conference and other major multilateral regimes. A good example of that is the International Partnership for Nuclear Disarmament Verification, IPNDV, which attempts to work on the disarmament aspect. This came out of the failure of the 2015 NPT Review Conference. There's the SMR harmonization efforts that are being run by the International Atomic Energy Agency. And of course, export control regimes are coming together to try and review their control list to make sure that they're capturing technology that may be new in the realm of SMRs and advanced reactors. So to conclude, early design stages of SMRs present significant opportunities to address safety, security, and safeguards risks in the design of the reactor. This is the so-called by design feature. Vendor design reviews, such as the one that the CNSC provides, gives the staff important experience and knowledge in that reactor technology that allows them to better regulate that reactor that is currently potentially not present in Canada or in the country that is being considered. It requires significant collaboration and engagement between the regulator, the vendor, and the designer to ensure that all of the safety, security, and safeguards risks are treated in a holistic manner. And of course, we do need to engage with the public to build trust. These are new and novel reactors that present opportunities, but the public also needs to be aware that they're no less safe and secure than our typical reactors, especially if we're building them in new and remote sites where it might not be as well known and accepted as existing nuclear sites. And lastly, understanding nuclear proliferation challenges and opportunities and addressing them in the early stages of the VDR or the licensing process via collaboration and with multiple regimes and foreign counterparts is always encouraged early and at the start of any project. So thank you for that, and happy to take some questions.
Thank you very much, Elaine. And I know you cannot listen us. We are communicating with typewriting, so she cannot listen us. So I hope I will not get the question and answer session at now, and I hope I will not. I hope her communication problem can be sorted out before the end of this session. Anyway, her presentation is very practical because in the IAEA is getting a safety goal, safety standard, but CNSC is an acting body, so her presentation is more touching, and she presented the practical procedure to ensure the safety, security, and non-proliferation. So I think it's more touching presentation. So I hope whether her technical problem is sorted out before the end of the session. So I will go to the next speaker. So the next speaker is Dr. Diarot Wisnuborot, and he's from Indonesia, and he will present the SMR interest in Indonesia. Okay? Okay, ready? Okay, you have the floor. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. I would like to present my explanation about the status of Indonesia nuclear energy program, especially on the SMR interest in Indonesia. We don't have the nuclear power plant until now, so we are heavily dependent on the coal. So more than 50% of the energy resources is coming from the coal. It's very not good situation for us. But anyway, we are in the process to promote the nuclear energy. Let me first show you the Indonesia's policy on nuclear energy. First, according to the National Energy Policy 2014, nuclear energy is the last option. So when we talk about the nuclear energy with the anti-nuclear organization, they always say, nuclear energy is the last option. Although the government already explained that even the last option, when the demand is high and the safety consideration is already in a good manner, so nuclear energy also is the options. The second policy is, in general plan for national energy, the government focuses on electrification ratio. What is the electrification ratio? It means that we are focusing on some remote area, isolated island, for example, to supply the electricity and to make the electricity available and affordable. And the government also gives subsidy in some area, also in the low-income publics. And the government also realized that we want to reduce the fossil fuel energy. So the government set a target on the use of new and renewable energy, 23% in 2025. 2 years from now, but I would like to show you it's very difficult to reach that 23%. Recently, the Indonesian government also set up a target on the net zero emissions by 2060s through the utilization of new and renewable energy sources, including nuclear energy. According to our law, nuclear energy is defined as the new energy. So this is the Indonesia's policy on nuclear energy. And I would like to show you the roadmap of mixed energy policy. Let's focus on this situation. In 2025, we have projections that the contribution of new and renewable energy will be 23%. But unfortunately, in fact, the contribution of new and renewable energy in 2022 still in 14%, 14.11%. So it is very challenging for us to reach that target, in 2025 on the new and renewable energy. And let me show you the projection in 2050. Let's focus on the green colors. We have a target 31% of new and renewable energy. Again, nuclear is included in the new energy according to our law. And but some people criticize these projections because almost 70% we still depend on the fossil fuel energy, like 25% from the coal, 24% from the natural gas, and 20% from the oil. That's why they criticize the government, and what the government want to revise this mixed energy policy and include into the net zero emission policy, reaching the target in 2060. But fortunately, the government already have a success target on the electrification ratio. According to this graph, for example, in 2021, we almost reached 100% of electrification ratio. It means the government can focus on another targets, including new and renewable energy. Well, what is the commitment of Indonesian government to reduce greenhouse gas? According to the government, the presidents always stated that we will reduce the greenhouse gas emission, and the president of Indonesia has consistently demonstrated his commitment to reducing greenhouse gas emission through concerted efforts, both independently and in collaboration with the international community. And we have a strategy on the net zero emission. First, a gradual retirement of coal-fired power plant. A significant step toward reducing carbon emissions involves the phase-out retirement of coal-fired power plants, replacing them with cleaner and more sustainable alternative. Second, acceleration of new and renewable energy developments, especially solar and wind power plants. Emphasizing the growth of renewable energy sources such as solar and wind power is crucial to transitioning toward a low carbon energy landscape. And the third strategy, to more efficient use of technology, means by adopting advanced energy efficient technology, Indonesia aims to optimize energy consumption and minimize carbon footprints. And fourth strategy is encouraging the use of electric vehicles and electric stoves. And the last one, application of smart grid to overcome the intermittent of variable renewable energy. And the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources has developed a comprehensive energy projection to achieve the ambitious net zero emission target. While these projections remain subject to refinement, but let me show you that the government already consider the nuclear energy. Let's take a look at the color, the pink color, that the government already mentioned that nuclear energy will play a role on the net zero emission target. In 2060, there will be 35 gigawatt of nuclear energy, beginning from 2049. But this is a dynamic situation at the moment. Even some of the government's officers said that we will accelerate the operation of nuclear energy. Even they said that in 2032, it means 9 years from now, there will be a nuclear power plant, especially the government interest in the small modular reactors that offered by many countries. This is the projections of Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources for to reach the target of net zero emission. But anyway, there are many challenges to be addressed in the construction of nuclear power plants in Indonesia, including first, only the Java Island, which has had a good power grid infrastructure with a large enough capacity. And the second is high financial risk for large NPPs. Developing the first nuclear power plant with a large capacity involves significant financial risks. Securing substantial investment and ensuring cost effectiveness are critical aspects that require careful consideration. And third challenge, as I mentioned you before, NPP is the last option. And the fourth, although public survey shows, the national public survey shows that more than 70% of the public, according to the survey in 2016, pro-nuclear. It means there are some support from the publics on the nuclear power plant program. But we have also the challenge on not in my backyard phenomena. It's mean that the NIMBY phenomena, where communities resist infrastructure project in their vicinity, is a potential challenge for the NPP development. Some area they resist their process. There were so many anti-nuclear demonstrations. But anyway, overcoming this opposition and addressing community concern requires meticulous engagement and participatory approach. And we have challenged also the 5 years political cycle. The president, the parliament, and the governors, they have a 5 years political cycles. So we have phenomena like not in my elected term and like banana built anywhere, not in my place, for example. And we have another challenge. Another challenge lies in the lengthy permitting process, which involves multiple steps, ranging from site selections to design approval, development permit, and finally on the operating permit. This comprehensive process often spans several years. Even some of the regulatory agency people said maximum 19 years. It takes 19 years, although this is maximum. This is the situation, the challenge on the lengthy of permitting process. However, there is a glimmer of hope for modular nuclear reactors that have obtained a certificate from the supply country supervisory agency. The applicant may submit a combined operation permit, construction permit, commissioning permit, and operation permit at once. This is a good news. And let's take a look on the common nuclear power plant technology goal of Indonesia. First, appropriate size for the first grid, because there will be a possibility that the province of West Kalimantan will be the first province to build nuclear power plants, so we are focusing on the West Kalimantan. Optimal sizing for the West Kalimantan grid, selecting an appropriate NPP size that align with the capacity and demand of the West Kalimantan grid to ensure efficient and reliable power supply. And we also mentioning about the proven technology and regulatory certainty. Third, standardization of plant design, and also the shortened construction. This is very challenging. because when we want to explain to the decision makers, they always ask how many years it takes to construct the power plant, the nuclear power plant. And the fifth, enhance operability and maintainability, incorporating features that facilitate smooth plant operation and simplified maintenance procedures to ensure optimal plant performance. And the sixth, high capacity factor. Seven, reliable supply chain, establishing a reliable supply chain for nuclear fuel system components and equipment to ensure smooth operation and mitigate potential disruptions. The eighth, severe accident robustness. And the last one, the cost competitiveness, striving for affordable upfront capital costs and competitive generation costs per kilowatt hours to achieve cost effectiveness and then long-term economy viability. And several regions in Indonesia have shown keen interest in adopting small modular reactor to meet their electricity demand and support industrialization effort. Notable among these regions, first, the Madura Island. Madura Island is located east of Java. Madura has previously expressed interest in utilizing South Korea's SMART for its energy requirements. The second is Gorontalo province, situated in Sulawesi. Gorontalo has explored the idea of implementing floating nuclear power plants as a potential solution for its energy needs. But also we are focusing in Kalimantan or Borneo. There are two provinces that always talk about small modular reactor. The West Kalimantan, this region aims to reduce its reliance on imported electricity from Malaysia and has expressed interest in deploying SMRs to enhance energy independence and security. And the last one in this graph, number 6, the East Kalimantan. With the upcoming development of Indonesia's new capital city in this province, there is interest in exploring SMRs to cater to the growing energy demands of the new administrative centers. There will be a capital city in East Kalimantan. It is called Nusantara. So how about this SMR activities in Indonesia? Several companies from the United States, like the NuScale, South Korea, Smart, and also from the Hyundai Engineering, from the KSNP, and China, the SAP 100, for example, offer small modular reactors technology to Indonesia, predominantly based on the light water reactor designs. In addition to the interest in LWR-based SMRs, Indonesia has also shown a keen interest in high-temperature gas-cooled reactor. 5 years ago, Indonesia embarked on the development of GR technology. Furthermore, there is a growing interest from various stakeholders in exploring the potential benefits of molten salt reactors as an alternative nuclear energy solution. Let's focus on the West Kalimantan. West Kalimantan province is emerging as a strong contender to becoming the first region in Indonesia to host nuclear power plant. Several compelling reasons bolster this likelihood. Firstly, the province enjoys widespread support from its local communities for the establishment of the NPP. According to the survey in 2019, more than 80% of the publics, they support the nuclear power plant program. Additionally, there are ambitious plans for industrialization, particularly in the production of aluminum, and other related products, which further emphasize the need for stable and reliable energy sources. Furthermore, a key driving factor for the province's interest in nuclear power is its determination to reduce dependency on electricity import from Malaysia. By harnessing nuclear energy, West Kalimantan aims to enhance its energy independence and bolster its economic development by ensuring a consistent and domestically produced electricity supply. And we have already published the user requirement document on the SMR. First, when we talk about licensing requirements, The nuclear power plant must obtain a license from the national regulatory authority before its establishment and operation in Indonesia. For SMRs sourced from other countries, they should hold a valid license from their country of origin. In cases where such a license is not available, the SMR vendor may seek licensing approval from the Nuclear Energy Regulatory Body or PAPTEN. And the second requirement is economic requirement. The economic requirement can be summarized as follows. First, for general deployment, the levelized cost of electricity from nuclear plants should be competitive, ideally below the electricity generation cost in the national system, 7 cents US dollar per kilowatt hours. In cases of deployment in remote areas or less developed regions, the economic criteria for SMR alternative are expected to fulfill the following conditions. First, demonstrating the greatest social gain, and the second, costing less than the expenses required to upgrade the infrastructure and transportation means, thereby eliminating the designation of remoteness qualification. And of course, as a developing country, we have a specific requirements such as manpower development, specific training courses, and on-the-job training tailored to nuclear technology and operation, and encouragement of maximum local content and active involvement of national industries into project, facilitation of technology transfer from international partners to enhance domestic capabilities, assistance and support in obtaining the necessary license and regulatory approval. On the technical support, access to technical expertise and guidance throughout the project implementation, and establishment of long-term partnerships, fostering research and development cooperation. And this is also very important for us, the funding scheme. Adoption of a funding scheme that minimize the national burden and optimize financial arrangements. And in the last presentation, I would like to talk about the summary. Public perception, economic factors, particularly the cost of nuclear power plants, are pivotal consideration in Indonesia's pursuit of nuclear energy. To address these challenges and ensure a successful implementation, Indonesia seeks a reference model for small modular reactors. The main factors to reduce the cost of SMRs revolve around utilizing proven technology, adopting design standardization, streamlining system complexity, and enhancing manufacturability. Furthermore, Indonesia aims to develop its domestic industry and manpower capability through localizations, encouraging industrial participation, and fostering joint research and development initiative. These steps are essential in building the capacity needed to support the sustainable growth and advancement of nuclear energy in this country. Thank you very much. This is my presentation.
Thank you very much, DRO. I think he presented needs and requirements for the SMR in Indonesia, and I think the needs and requirements are quite global, so it applies to any countries who would like to have SMR. Thank you very much again. And now we have a discussion session, and we are about 20 minutes behind the schedule, so we only have 20-minute discussion time. And in this participant, Elaine and DRO and Sungyeon and me left. So when you raise the question and comment, please direct who will answer the question. And also, Elaine has some communication problem, so we have to typewrite the questions to her. So during the time, I will spend some more time. Okay. Okay. Any questions or comment? Okay.
Thank you for your presentation, Dr. Wisnu Broad. I have a question for you. So you mentioned the licensing in Indonesia. So the presentation says the developer can submit the license. Developer can get the license in country of origin and submit any other plant license for Bapeten. So if I am right, is SMR itself and plant licensing is separated in Indonesia? And that's my first question. And my second question is about, are you in the process of comparing multiple SMR designs in Indonesia? Thank you.
Okay. Can I answer directly, Mr. Chairman?
Yes. Diaro?
Okay.
You're right.
Yeah, just call me Jared. Thank you very much, because my name is very difficult to spell. When we talk about the licensings, the Bapeten, the Indonesian regulatory agencies, tend to, well, for example, the technology coming from foreign countries, the Bapeten want to first, if available, this technology has already signed license from the origin country. This is first option. The second option, if not, then the Bapeten at the moment already open the situation that they can first on the submit the pre-licensing. Pre-licensing is mean the regulatory agency, the Bapeten, and the vendors talk about their technology, their supply of chains, this safety requirement, and so on. Because in this case, the Bapeten want to know more or deeply about this technology. This is a good steps before the vendors want to submit formally to get the licensing from the Bapeten. This situation is good also because Bapeten want to learn more. We are a developing country. Maybe Bapeten at the step of pre-licensing, they ask the expert not only from Indonesia but also expert outside, including requesting to the IEA, asking to the IEA or other expert in developed countries, what kind of this technology, what is this safety requirements and others. This is to answer the first question. I forgot the second question. Can you reiterate again the second questions?
My second question is about how are you in the process of comparing multiple SMR models?
Yes, I work for the National Research and Innovation Agencies. This is a rather new agencies established 3 years ago. There are many vendors coming to us. For example, from NuScale, from Korea with Smart, or even from the Denmark with the molten salt reactors. Our job right now is to compare its technology, although we are not in the position on the decision as a decision makers. So but we have to give the recommendation to the government, even when the Bapeten or regulatory agency ask us, so we can say this technology is suitable for us or suitable for some areas, and when the government say the cost or other things, because the government always asks us 2 questions. First, the cost. Second, about the construction time. And maybe third is about the public acceptance. That's why BRIN always focusing on these three parameters. Of course, safety is also very important, but anyway, that safety is the important point we are considering when we talk about costs, when we talk about the construction time, and about the public acceptance. This is my answer. Thank you.
Okay, this lady. Okay, yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Dart, for that insightful presentation. So I wanted to elaborate more on the imports that Indonesia is getting from Malaysia to store its nuclear plant. Are there like any other countries that Indonesia is trying to cooperate with in terms of importing nuclear materials? Thank you, that's my question.
Okay. The position at the moment, we are not in the process of the importing of nuclear materials from the other countries because we are waiting for the government to decide on the nuclear energy program. We are waiting, for example, the presidents to say go nuclear. Although we have a good communication with other countries, well, we talk about the possibility about maybe we have the possibility to talk with the United States, for example, with the Australia, for example, when we talk about the uranium supply. And this is very important to us, although this is not formal communication because there is still need a formal decision by the government. Although when we talk about our research reactors, we have 3 research reactors, we import the nuclear materials from outside. For example, we import the uranium from United States, sometimes from other countries, and also we import some other nuclear material also, but not for the nuclear energy program. Thank you.
Okay. Oh, sorry. You next one. Okay.
I want to raise question to Dr. Zhou. I think how advanced is South Korea's technology in making South Korean model for SMR? What needs to be done by South Korean government to develop South Korea's model for SMR? Because as of now, I think Korean firms are very investing in U.S. companies to develop a U.S. model of SMR. But if we are investing in U.S. companies, we have to respect their property rights, and then it will have a problem in exporting our SMR to other countries. So what we need to do to develop our own model for SMR?
Thank you for your question. Actually, actually, I'm not a developer, but I have a very close relationship with the designers, and sometimes communicate with about how to proceed the development plan without any hindrance, like from the regulation side. And the Dr. Han asked about the how we can solve the proprietary problems with the like the APR for 1400. Actually, the ISM design is based on our own technology. But we had to admit the similarity between the new scale, but we adopted some voluntary the operation, and there are many the different features with the new scale. Also, we have some similar designs, the features with the new scale because they are all the light water reactor models. And this is not exact the answer for your question, but we have our own technological base, and we are developing our own technology, and we have many different features with that the new scale. So I believe, and we can have our own model without any proprietary problem.
I think that is a very important question because, as you mentioned, we Korea developed our nuclear technology from the mid-entry strategy. So that means we didn't start our nuclear technology development from the bottom. We started from the mid level. So we are lacking some kind of fundamental technologies. We don't have experience from developing something from sketch to product. We developed from in the middle to the product. So we are lacking that kind of technical experience. So although we received design approval for the SMART in 2012, the design is not our own, not completely our own. So in the development of ISMR, we have to start from the bottom. So, and also we have to consider the IP matters with other countries because in the world widely, 80 different types of SMRs are developing, and there should be something in common. So we have to, at the beginning stage of development, we have to think about how we overcome that kind of IP barriers. So that is again a very important thing. And also one more thing is, we have to think the module, so small modular reactor. So what is module? So when we, the reason we are so seeking module is we can multiply the same product again and again. So that is how we overcome the economics of size. So we have to make the same product again and again. That means the module should be licensable to all around the world. So far, we are for example, in NuScale, they received the design approval, almost received their design approval from the US NRC, and when they export NuScale to other country, the first stage is to make a gap analysis between the regulatory gap between the United States and the import country. So that is the current status. But at the end of the day, I think the regulatory system worldwide should be quite similar, so that the modules should be licensable to any other countries. Okay. Yeah. Are you ready to? Yeah.
Hello. Thank you so much for all of you for your presentation. My question is actually around the cybersecurity implications of SMRs, which I'm quite interested in. And you've identified it as a major challenge, but I'm wondering at what points in the supply chain, if it's vulnerable or the whole time, and also what are your cyber hygiene practices currently that you're trying to do, or what you know countries are trying to do, and kind of part of that, therefore, when you're exporting to other foreign countries, are you implementing those practices across, or are you leaving it to the other country to do that for themselves? I don't know if that makes sense. Thank you.
Actually, I don't get what you meant. Please, one more time.
What are your cybersecurity hygiene practices? What you're identifying as a challenge, cybersecurity. What are you actually doing for SMRs?
Actually, the ISMR designs are intended to incorporate the great many amount of digital devices as equipment, not like conventional PWRs. That's the first one. We are considering concerns about that. And then another, the cybersecurity concern is about the related with the operation. And the current conventional nuclear power reactors not adopt the open network to internet. But the most our innovative SMR is has some plan to adopt some autonomous operation and load follow, and which means the INC system, I mean the reactor control system, should receive from the signal from outside. That means we need to open the control network to outside, I mean internet, which means exposed to some the cyber attack. And then I said during my presentation, I said that we should prepare some INC regulations early in the design stage. That's enough? Okay.
Right. I think our time is almost up, and I think SMR is both opportunity and challenge for us, because I don't think SMR is replacing the large-scale nuclear power plant, but it should replace some coal plant, and it should use to produce hydrogen, ammonia, and it should work as a propellant. So I think SMR is expanding the nuclear realm from electricity to the other uses. So I think it is a very important topic, but because it is small, the economics cannot be very good, and because it is small, we have to overcome many kind of challenges. So at the early stage of development, as Song-Yeon told, at the early stage of development, we have to incorporate the regulatory and security and safety matters together, to melt it together to produce a perfect one. Okay, thank you very much for listening. Thank you very much. Yeah.
So I really appreciate Professor Bum Jin-jung for organizing this session in a such wonderful way. And from now on, we'll have a lunch. Lunch will be served here in this hall, until 1:30. Hello, hello, ladies and gentlemen. The last session will begin soon, so please have a seat. So for the session speakers, could you please have a seat on the floor? So good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you enjoyed your lunch. So before beginning opening this session, I'd like to introduce the session chair. So Dr. Sang-Hyun Lee is president of the Sejong Institute, a global think tank of Korea, and former president of Korea Nuclear Policy Society. He also served as Director General of Policy Planning at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the ROK. His research areas cover international politics and security, ROK-US relations, and inter-Korean relations and security in the East Asia. He received his bachelor's degree from Seoul National University and PhD in political science from University of Illinois Urbana-Champaign. He's a very active and strong supporter of KINAC-NEREC, so I'm very glad to introduce Chair Dr. Sang-Hyun Lee. So let's welcome him with a big applause.
Well, thank you. Well, thank you very much for kind introduction. This last session of the this year's NEREC conference is focused on how can we empower next generation for global nuclear non-proliferation. Probably I understand the reason, the rationale of this panel is that we here in this room, there are many young people sitting here. And I also know that a NEREC program, summer program, is a quite a prestigious forum for many young people. And because of that, this panel has a very important mission. How can we empower and impose a vision for non-proliferation for next generation young scholars in this area? So that's the main rationale of this panel, and I think we have a very excellent collection of panelists for this panel. In my left, Dr. Francesca Giovanni, who will give you a session keynote presentation. And also we have four panelists, Dr. Jung-Min Lee, Francesca teaches at the Welfare Center for Science and International Affairs, Harvard Kennedy School in USA. Dr. Lee Jung-Min, who works with the Asia program, Carnegie Endowment for International Peace in Washington, D.C. And I heard that he also worked with the Institute for Security Conversion in KAIST. And next is Mr. John D. Perez, James Martin Center for Non-Proliferation Studies, Middlebury Institute of International Studies at Monterey. He will join us online. And next is the Professor Shunbing Li from Fudan University, Shanghai, China. And last but not least, Professor Im Man Song, Nuclear Non-Proliferation Education and Research Center, KAIST of South Korea. So I expect this panel give you a very good presentation and discussion about how we should empower next generation educational program in the proliferation area. And also, I expect that through this conversation, all of you sitting in this room will have a more insight through today's program. So without further ado, I would like to invite Dr. Francesca Giovanni. You are keynote speaker, so you have 30 minutes.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon, everyone. Well, we are almost at the end of this KINAC-NEREC conference, and I want to join my colleagues who preceded me in congratulating Professor Mansung Kim and the fabulous NEREC staff for this incredible conference, but also for the efforts in building a new generation of nuclear scholars. I think this is a mission that is not only timely, is indispensable. And so congratulations to you, Mansung, for this extraordinary contribution to this nuclear community that we all love. Really, congratulations. I actually also want to say congratulations to all of you for the posters that you have done. I went around yesterday, and I have to say, I think the sophistication of the analysis, the subjects you picked, the policy recommendations are really extraordinary. Some of you have come to talk to me and said, man, it was so difficult to come up with policy recommendations. Yes, it is. It is really difficult, right? Because we are dealing with problems that often do not have a clear solution or a path, right? And some of the options that we provide are suboptimal. Most of the solutions are suboptimal, right? So we are constantly somehow trading some elements in trying somehow to manage these complex problems. But this is the job that you have chosen. I mean, these are the challenges that you will face as nuclear scholars, nuclear practitioners, nuclear experts moving forward. So Mansung has given us all a very difficult task, is to think about how do we empower a new generation of scholars and experts sitting in this room today to address the issues that the past generations have left unaddressed. So I want to begin today by just taking a step back and looking at what we've discussed in the past 2 days, right? I think the KINAC-NEREC conference really highlighted the many dimensions of the nuclear problem. There are not only nuclear weapons, there are different issues that involve a nuclear dimension. Sure, we have the problem of nuclear proliferation, but we also have climate change that now somehow brings to the fore, for example, the centrality of nuclear technology. And we have nuclear technology that is developing and is evolving. We've just spent the morning talking about small modular reactors, and we have to rethink the way in which we talk about safety and security, safeguards, right? Export control policies. So nuclear is multidimensional. It's a problem that has different strands and cut across different contexts. So the first thing I want to say to you all, the rising generation, the new scholars and the new experts, is that in my view, we live in an age characterized by two major issues. The first one is what I would call the age of nuclear plus. Nuclear is now embedded in very complex, very deep, very unpredictable trends and forces. There are nuclear technology and climate change. There are nuclear weapons and human rights. So there are many different elements that somehow infringe upon nuclear stability. One of your colleagues, Ksenia, sorry, she is actually leading a very important project on the third nuclear age that looks at the forces that are non-nuclear that actually, influence nuclear risks. I think this is an incredibly important issue to consider. So you are not only going to be nuclear scholars, you are going to be nuclear scholars plus. You will have something else that you will bring to the table that will somehow try to advance how nuclear risk can be mitigated. But there is also a kind of element that in my view is very important. It was also part of my discussion in the policy seminar the other day. This is not only the age of nuclear plus, but it's also the age of great trade-offs. I think it is very clear to me that climate change is forcing very obvious trade-offs when it comes to technology, international development, the type of choices we make in terms of investments and resources. Nuclear weapons are also forcing trade-offs. For example, there is a very clear trade-off that was discussed yesterday, and it came actually during the presentation of Steve and a few others in the first panel, which is the trade-off between alliances and proliferation, right? As North Korea builds its nuclear arsenal, This puts pressure on the US ROK alliance. And it will come a point where the South Korean will have to decide whether the US alliance is more important than getting their own nuclear weapons. This is a trade-off, right? And so we might live in a time, an historical moment, where the alliance system, which used to be the key instrument of the 20th century, might no longer be the most important instrument. This is a trade-off. The second trade-off is how serious are we in investing in climate change and nuclear energy, knowing that the more we disseminate nuclear technology and the more we might actually increase vulnerability, proliferation risks, safety risks. This is also a trade-off. There is no perfect solution. Policymakers will have to decide, how much do I invest in this stuff, right? How much safety risk am I willing to take? And in my view, the third major trade-off is really between mutual vulnerability and arms race. I think the nuclear weapon states will have to decide once and for all whether they will accept to be vulnerable with each other and among each other, or whether they will just go at infinity investing in an arms race. These are all trade-offs. On the proliferation side, on the climate change, on the deterrent side, states have now trade-offs. Your job is to make sure that these policymakers understand that these problems don't have a perfect solution, that we can't continue to say that, look, all these problems are solvable at once. That is not the age in which we are living in. And so understanding trade-offs is really important point and element that your generation will have to bring in. Now, the obvious question as we characterize this age of trade-offs is, do we have enough talent to get us to navigate these trade-offs? Do we have enough expertise, enough skills, enough people that care about these issues that help us navigate with the trade-offs? Now, I have to say that the answer seems to be no, we don't have enough people to do just that. But before I give you my interpretation of why I think this is the case, I want to ask you all a question. This is a session about empowerment, and you have all been sitting for 6 weeks thinking about these big issues. So the obvious question to you is, do you feel empowered to contribute to these big problems? Yes. How do you feel empowered?
I felt so much different about my ability to contribute to this field in the future. But like after we're not done with the program yet, but like I feel like at this certain point, the things that we've learned from people coming from like various spots of the world and at the same time having very, very valuable experience gave us the knowledge and the confidence to contribute to that in the future. So yeah, like the program has been amazing into making us feel much more powerful and confidence into working on that field, whether it was, for example, from an engineering side, wanting to develop that field much more back in our countries, or from a policy side, that we can learn much more about the agreements and the treaties that has been happening, and for us to keep it in our minds and to contribute to that field and back in our countries.
Great. So you said the element is knowledge, right? So the knowledge
yeah.
that the program gave you.
Knowledge and our being keen to learn more. Never enough.
That key.
Yeah, thank you.
Anybody else? Do you feel empowered, or you feel like, yeah, I think I'm still missing a few things?
On? Hello? Okay. I think in addition to feeling empowered with knowledge and being connected to each other, I think I've definitely realized how little I know, but in a way that has also been empowering because I feel empowered to ask questions and not feel silly for not knowing everything. Because even though I've met people who have way more expertise than I do, everyone still has questions about everything. So I think the most important part for me has been feeling empowered to ask the silly questions or the basic questions so that I can be secure in the knowledge that I do have and that I do have going forwards. Because if you don't build that foundation, there's no path in the future.
Yep. Okay, last comment, please.
Just a very short comment. So mine is connected to what Barad has just said about confidence. Because to be honest, I don't feel very confident because the more we know about this and the less I realize I know. But it's more than about confidence for me, it's about awareness, just talking about these issues and being aware of what is happening, all the different topics, the different projects going on, what people have been doing and what we still have to do. Just realizing all of this is another form of empowerment, in my opinion.
Yeah. So these are all great questions, and I want to build on this. But let me say a couple of words about how people perceived this field today. So when we look at the scale of the problems, the perception out there is that we don't have enough of you guys. That you might think, wow, we are a lot in this room. But the scale of the problems we are about to confront and they are emerging are so huge and so fast that we just need way more people to be involved. So very recently, 3 days ago, Politico in the United States ran a very interesting story. The title was "The Dangerous and Frightening Disappearance of the Nuclear Expert," also called, by the way, the mega death intellectual, right? So you are one of the rarity. And Politico was pointing out that precisely at the moment when tensions among nuclear powers are rising, decades of peace have resulted in a death of people trained to deal with the continuing threat of nuclear weapons. So the peace dividend that we've all enjoyed somehow has destroyed the ability of societies to cope with one of their biggest threats, which is still posed by nuclear weapons. And the Politico article was going on and was presenting a couple of examples. But one was that, at the height of the Cold War, the article pointed out, you had storms of groups of scientists, social scientists, mathematicians, anthropologists, sociologists. They were gathering together, for example, in places like Rand, and they were spending afternoons together thinking about problems, the deterrence problem, the arms control problem, the disarmament problem, right? And then the reporter goes and visits Rand today, and he said, look, I found a couple of people just playing ping pong in the courtyard. So what the hell is going on here, right? And so this was somehow to say we have a problem, that the scale of the problems we are confronting today and the amount of people that enters into this field is just not cutting it, right? In addition, not only we have lost the big intellectuals, the people like you that ultimately go up and become policymakers and advisors and so on and so forth, but we have also somehow met with an enormous social apathy. Now, we care about nuclear weapons, we care about nuclear energy in this little group of ours, but I can guarantee you that if you go out there and you ask people what is the most important thing according to you, nuclear weapons is really not going to be the top of their response. Right? So we are a minority, and somehow we see a risk that society has stopped seeing. I think there has been a very clear lack of social movements around nuclear issues. Now, some of you might be involved in the ICAN campaign on the treatment and prohibition of nuclear weapons, but I can guarantee you that ICAN is nothing in comparison to the anti-nuclear movements that were actually in the 60s or in the 80s, right? These are amateur groups. If you compare with the freeze movement of the 80s or the anti-nuclear campaign of the 60s, there was really bridging the anti-colonial strike, the anti-colonial fights, the development rights of the global South, the liberation movement, the anti-nuclear testing campaign. Those were millions and millions and millions of people. But in addition, you had leadership that stood up and thought, this is the most important problem that our society needs to solve. You have none of this today. So not only you don't have the top echelon of society, the intellectuals, but you don't also have the social movements underneath that somehow push for the rise of the leadership. So the question is, where did we go wrong and how did we go wrong? Because by knowing what we went wrong with, maybe we can actually fix it. I would say there are 4 main elements that have constrained this field. The first one is, for sure, the peace dividend. It's very difficult to think about nuclear weapons and nuclear non-proliferation when you live in peace, right? Nobody in the 90s cared about this. I mean, when I grew up and I decided to study international relations, I would have been completely crazy to study nuclear weapons. This was the 90s. The Cold War was over. The Soviet Union had lost. So why study nuclear weapons, right, when you study human rights or something else? So peace, in a way, has discouraged us from thinking strategically about certain issues. I think we also have to admit, and some of you I actually talk to, I know this, nuclear weapons are now competing with way more sexy topics. Artificial intelligence attracts a lot of talent. It's new, it's sexy, it can actually have an enormous impact for the good, and therefore we compete with technologies that right now are attracting a lot of talents. Now, I also think there is a problem of funding. And the funding is the government continues to spend millions and millions of dollars to modernize arsenals and technology equipment, but it doesn't spend enough or the equivalent amount on people and resources, right? If you look at nuclear modernization in the United States, there is an enormous, Steve was talking about the $1 trillion budget. Most of it is dedicated to modernize the weapons. But you've got to ask, but who then ends up working in national laboratories, right? What about the safety? Who monitors the safety of these weapons? And so the idea that somehow technological determinism, investing in the bombs, investing in the technology will solve the problem, has also discouraged investments in humans. And in my view, the nuclear is a human problem. It needs to be solved with human investments. The final point I want to say is that, and this is particularly for people like you who actually have made different choice. I had several students who came and asked me one day, do you think, Prof, is worth it, a career in this field? And so my question is, why are you asking me this question? And one of them said, look, because I don't see any prospect for change. I don't want to spend 30 years of my life working on a problem that cannot be solved or where I don't see any minimum change. And this is the greatest threat to motivation. Would you spend 30 years working on an issue that fundamentally moves 1 inch? And sometimes when it moves, it goes backward, right? And so if you are standing at the beginning of your career, you might think, the hell with it. I'm going to study pandemics, or I'm going to study, global health or global food security. So nuclear weapons and nuclear in general gives you a sense that there are very few entry points for access and for change. And it is true. And you need to go into this career with these eyes wide open. The window for change is a small one. Nuclear weapons, nuclear infrastructure, even nuclear reactors are very tied to national security. This means that when you are outside, it's very difficult to make changes, and when you are inside, it's also very difficult to make changes, right? So we are not training a generation here to say, you guys finally are going to save the world. We are training a generation that enters into these problems with very clear eyes, right? Idealism is fantastic, but you need to be aware of the constraints the problems actually bring with that. Now, let me say a couple of things about how we've tried to solve the issue of skills and talent. Now, you're sitting in this audience. Steve and I lead one of the largest nuclear fellowship programs in the United States. And so when we read the political article, we said to us, that's not true. I mean, we have plenty of talent that goes through Harvard. Look at this room, NEREC. You have a lot of talent here. The political story wasn't about not having talent. We know that the people who are in this field are extremely talented. The argument of political is that we don't have a critical mass, that you guys are not enough in numbers, that this would require much larger investments in humans than what we are doing today. Now, some of the programs that have come of age, particularly in the last 20, 30 years, have tried somehow to address some of these issues. Harvard, for example, has the Managing the Atom project. We have a fellowship that is 1-2 years. NEREC started 10 years ago. Stanford, MIT, the Council on Foreign Relations, Carnegie, all somehow added new programs in trying to supply this lack of knowledge. But also, we have seen, for example, very recently, the creation of new organizations. And I want you to pay attention to this, because these are initiatives that are directed to you. There is now, especially in the United States, a trend to create next-generation dialogues, rising voices, emerging scholars. One that I want to cite is CSIS PONY. Pony has different tracks, right? You know, the beginner, the middle career, the more advanced career. And so Pony is a fantastic network of young, you know, the rising scholars that will enter into the field. Then there is Pony UK. There is international student, young Pagwash. Senya, again, is a leading person on this. There are international organizations that have actually taken this very, very seriously. The CTBTO as a youth group. The International Atomic Energy Agency launched this fantastic fellowship on the Marie Curie. And the idea is not only we have a problem of talent, we also don't have enough women. So they somehow invested in these fellowships. So you don't have a shortage of fellowship. If you are interested in these things, you are in a program, that in a field that does have a lot of these opportunities. But I want to be honest about what I think about this. Despite the fact that I lead one of these fellowship programs, this is not going to cut it. This is not sufficient, right? That I have 10 people that come to Harvard every year is a fantastic thing, but the scale of the program requires much more than this. Empowerment has to be much more systemic than this. And it requires, in my view, two approaches. Some work that you need to do and some work that institutions need to do. Now, let me talk for a second about empowerment. So empowerment means that we equip people to believe that they have the knowledge, the resources, the confidence to contribute to a solution of a problem, whether you do it through fundraising, your research, whatever, right? And so we want experts, we want professionals that believe that they do have a role to play, that you have all the expertise that you can actually contribute to a problem in the nuclear field. But to me, we haven't asked very much the key questions. We are empowering you to do what? What is the policy we are trying to change here, right? You are empowering to solve what problem? What kind of people are we trying to empower? Because look, forming activists and forming academics and forming policymakers are very different things, right? And also, what are the most appropriate forms of empowerment? Is it a fellowship that really is going to cut your career? Or is it a job opportunity at the State Department or at the UN, right? And unless we ask these questions, all of us, in my view, the empowerment process is not going to cut it. It's not going to actually create the scale that we need. Let me also mention that in the question of empowerment, the nuclear community is very divided. What is the critical problem that we are trying to solve today? I talked in my policy seminar the other day about various problems. In the nuclear community, there are three main tribes. There is a nuclear non-proliferation tribe, a nuclear deterrence tribe, and nuclear disarmament tribe. And everyone believes that their problem is the most important one. So if I believe that nuclear deterrence, the reinforcing the centrality of nuclear weapons is what I need to do, I will empower my people to actually study and think in that way, right? If you believe that disarmament is the only way that is going to save us, empowerment means a very different thing. And the nuclear community, in my view, has not been honest enough to actually understand what exactly we're trying to empower people to do here. And we are pulling apart, especially after the Ukraine war, during the Ukraine war, because we are taking lessons in very different ways. This nuclear community is seeing a reality in very different ways. So your job is also to try to understand, am I empowered to do what? What is the agenda I want to contribute to? Now, let me just wrap up with a couple of things. I think at the institutional level, there are three things the institutions need to do. And when I talk about institutions, I don't talk about only academic institutions. I talk about government. I talk about international organizations. The first is motivation. We have not succeeded in making nuclear risks visible. You know, it's fine that you go, I don't know if you are familiar with this, Alex Wallerstein has this nuke map. You enter and you basically see how many bombs would destroy Singapore. Okay, I don't know how you feel about this, but we have not made this tangible. You know, nuclear risk, what are they? How do I look at them? And one of the reasons is a very basic one. Since 1995, we have not seen an above-ground nuclear test. No one has seen what these nuclear weapons do. And so risk remains on this vague definition. And so you talk about nuclear risk, but you actually don't feel them. I remember, Emily, when you asked the other day the question, what is the psychological impact, right? Well, it's very difficult because if people don't actually see, it's very difficult to feel exactly what you're talking about. So motivation. And in that, I have to say, we need to be much better in including artists, people who actually use the arts to create serious, visual of what actually nuclear weapons do and the type of impact they have. Empowerment, in my view, also means that we need to open more channels for influence and interaction with ultimately those that make decisions. And it is often the case, I said also the other day, that when you try to influence the policymakers want to hear from Steve Miller. With all due respect, if they take Steve Miller's briefing over a junior person, they probably take Steve Miller's 5 times, right? That's a problem. Not because Steve Miller is not competent, because Steve Miller has done millions of these briefings. Maybe it's time for somebody else to bring their ideas. No disrespect to you, I love you. But the channel is not there. You can't just walk into the White House as Steve Miller would do. And that is a problem. And it's a problem that is not your problem. It's a problem of institutions that believe that we are empowering you. The final is recruitment. We clearly have a problem of recruitment of talent and retaining of talent. We have several people that come through to Harvard, do a year, and then right now they can't find jobs, and it's like, look, I love this field, but I can't be unemployed. I can't be forever on internships. So unless we are serious about this, all these things we do are just very shallow, and they will not actually cut it at the end of the day. I want to finish with your job here. Empowerment goes both ways. It's an institutional responsibility, but it is an individual responsibility as well. So I have 6 tasks. The first is, because this age is so complicated, every single one of the new scholars or professionals that come into this field has a responsibility to question their own assumptions. Don't make assumptions. Don't assume. Because assumptions actually lead to very narrow and tenuous arguments. So every time you make a statement, ask yourself, is it true? Do I really have the facts to back it up, right? How did I come up with this assumption? Somehow questioning assumptions make you a much sharper thinker. Find a niche, but most importantly, find the question. The question is what actually will lead your curiosity. And the question you want to ask is not a question that you can answer with a yes and no. Will Iran get the bomb, right? But it is the questions that are interesting. Is under what conditions, right? We might convince Iran to forgo their nuclear ambitions. And those nuanced questions are the ones that really drive great work. Develop a global network of peers and colleagues. Start today, develop it. LinkedIn, use as much as possible your contacts. Be active on social media, but not be active with stupid comments. Be active as in, try to share articles that you read, comments on things that you have read. So situate yourself as part of this intellectual community. We are all struggling with good ideas. You might just as well join in, the more the merrier. Now, the fourth one is build a network of mentors. And so I really appreciated today some of you coming and saying, hey, do you mind taking a look at my research paper? Could you take a look and give me this? Great, fantastic. This is exactly where you want to go. This is empowerment. It's the idea of, I have something to say, and maybe you can actually help me. Now, the fifth one I draw from my mentor. Read, but don't read comics. Read, in my view, certain disciplines that will really expand your understanding. Steve is really a voracious reader of military history or diplomatic history. We don't spend enough time reading history. History leads you to understand that problems have been somehow recurrent, right? What are some of the comparison or the analogies that can help you maybe reframing a problem? And finally, let me say, write. Write is a very scary exercise. When you try and you have to put yourself out there with your writing, trust me, it's one of the worst things, because this is where people will attack you. People will say, oh my God, this is such a stupid article. And that is fine. This is part of the game. But writing helps you clarify your assumptions, how much you know about an issue, and where exactly you're trying to go with that. Writing is a great exercise. And I want to finish with this. Volunteer to present. So, at some point you have to jump. And so there are possibilities, even I see it also in our fellowship, when we ask people, hey, do you want to present your chapter? And everyone is like, no, why not? The idea is you are part of a community, we're all struggling here. The problems are complex. So the opportunities are rare, and you can really just contribute by volunteering some of your ideas. So these are things that I think are really important for consolidating your empowerment status in the field and trying actually to build on the community. So I want to finish with this. We are all somehow uncertain about the age that is now in front of us. We don't know how the Ukraine war is going to end. We might see a use of nuclear weapon, for the first time since 1945. Nobody knows, right? So there is a lot of uncertainty out there. And I think we all have a responsibility. This is not an issue, the nuclear issue, that belongs to Harvard or MIT or NEREC. This is really a global issue, right? And so it is really important to have individuals that believe that, look, I might not have the solution, but I'm willing to give it a try here. And so if you take this as a responsibility, because you have been given all these resources to study, then you understand that really you are part of a global community that is there to do whatever it takes to solve these issues. There is nothing more important than preventing nuclear war. And you are now part of this community. You have the opportunity to do great work in this. I'll finish with this, and I look forward to our discussions. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Francesca. You gave a very broad overview and insight. How can we empower next generation experts? You mentioned the very many issues like a institutional responsibility to empower next generation. Also, you mentioned individual responsibility that can be used to develop your career in this area. So we will continue our discussion in Q&A session after other speakers. Okay, next speaker is Dr. Lee Jung-min. You have 20 minutes.
I have a, thank you very much. That was a great speech, by the way. The problem with speaking after someone who is smarter than you is you've got to figure out something smart to say. But I had the pleasure of meeting a number of these students a couple days ago, and I told them that I will not repeat myself in 2 days' time, which is very difficult, as you know, right? One of the things that I want to talk about today is I'm going to go against the grain here, and Im Man-sung is not going to like what I say, and neither will you, by the way. I believe deeply in preventing nuclear war, by all means. But I think they're blindsided by focusing so much on the nuclear issue that you're missing the bigger issue, which you also alluded to. And all of the rules set during the Cold War regarding nuclear weapons and coping with the nuclear age were set primarily by the Western powers, plus Russia. But it was a highly asymmetrical and uneven, I would argue, regime. China didn't really have a voice. But China will have a voice because the next 20 years, Beijing plans to increase nuclear warheads to 1,500. And so whether we like it or not, this is a very different game compared to when the war began, when the New Order began in 1945. Today in history, we have the broadest dissemination of knowledge in human history, but we also have the fastest dissemination and proliferation of lethal technologies in human history. This is why I believe we are in deep trouble. So let me just go just quickly down the road. If 이거 누르면 되는 거예요? Let's see, here we go, okay. I think, as I said, strengthening nuclear proliferation is critical, but it is no longer the existential mother of all threats. And I believe that the mother of all threats is a combination of nuclear weapons, AI-driven platforms, and a new, very, very entangled world, whereby dual technologies will play a very, very important role in tipping the global balance. And so people are focused on nuclear warheads, modernizing strategic forces, more lethal, for example, SLBMs and so forth, but that is going to be nothing compared to the type of weaponry that's coming down the pipeline. And so one of the key words that I've been focusing on the last several years is the weaponization of everything. Literally, you can kill people with a very small drone that will be able to target someone with face recognition technology, and out of a field of, let's say, 40,000 people in a football field, they will be able to kill you and then fly off. And that's not James Bond, it's happening right now. And that's the way that I believe that assassinations and terrorism will happen in the next, several years. So you've all seen the movie Star Wars. Some are pretty terrible, some are okay. I think this is one of the, I don't know what number this is, but this is a rendition of a Star Wars pilot, a Jedi Knight, right? And we all know what a Jedi Knight does. And this is what a typical Star Wars type of warfare looks like. Can anybody tell me what's wrong with these two pictures? With this and this? Anyone? Yes, sir.
Both AI generated.
They're both
AI generated.
The pictures?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's kind of right. You got like half a glass of Coke. Anybody else? Give it a try. Anyone? Just take a wild guess. This is not scientific. It has nothing to do with your NEREC grade or anything, and Inman's not going to care whether you get this or not. Anyone? Come on. The lady in the white. Yes, you're from China, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
The crafts are piloted by humans.
Pardon me?
They're piloted by humans.
Yes.
Whereas
Did I tell you the answer a couple days ago?
No.
No, yes, I did. I have a very short memory. So the problem is all of these Star Wars type of wars where they're traveling at the speed of light, and yet they're being driven by humans. Like, this is total nonsense. In the next 20 years, the US Navy will have 40% of their submersible craft will be unmanned. And it's the same thing for land forces, same thing with air forces, where we will have lethal autonomous weapons living next door to a graduate of West Point or the Korean Military Academy. So this is why I think the biggest misconception is that human beings will be able to be a Jedi Knight. This is total baloney. Now, you all know, and I think our speaker, you really pointed out why the world is so complicated. It is because it is complicated. Because of the introduction of so many factors, you cannot isolate problems. In the nuclear age, with all of its dangers, you could isolate problems fairly well. And the great powers had the political influence to stop certain countries from developing nuclear weapons, whether it's South Korea or Taiwan or Brazil, for example. Well, there were others, such as Israel, who did it anyways. But all I'm saying is political force really was able to control the conflict. And that is no longer possible today. And so people talk about rail guards or safeguards on AI. I am not an AI expert. I only act as if I am because I am associated with KAIST. So people assume, oh, you work at KAIST, you must be a brilliant scientist. I say, yes, I'm a scientist. And I say, political scientist. But not a real scientist like my friend Im Man-sung. But what I do realize is that the AI revolution is going to become a huge political tsunami that will impact, unfortunately, the field that you've just mentioned. And empowering the next generation will also be impacted by this huge phenomenon. And so in some senses, entanglement is a new normal. And I believe very strongly in maintaining a so-called, quote unquote, a liberal international order. I'm sure my friend Shending Lee, whom I have not seen in many years, and he just told me that he retired this year, so I congratulated him. But why? Because he doesn't have to, deal with these issues anymore on a real-time basis. But you do. And so the key issue is the government's ability to control this new era of entanglement, I think is going to be very, very, very narrow. President Biden said a few days ago, he brought in all of the top AI companies in the US and said, you've got to have new regulations and safeguards. They said, yes, sir, and they marched on. There's no way that Biden understands really the details of AI. Neither does any world leader, including Vladimir Putin or President Xi Jinping. And so no country, including the great powers, are really ready for this new avalanche of AI. And if you, very soon, and I mentioned this part a couple of days ago, once ChatGPT 15.0 comes out, why should you speak or me? No, seriously, why are they going to pay you business class ticket to fly you and me all over the world, speak for 30 minutes when you can turn on the AI with the exact same voice print as mine, and he or she will be able to do everything brilliantly for like $0. Of course, we're not there yet, but nearly there, right? And so all of this means that the approach that we took to nuclear disarmament is going to be relevant, but not nearly as relevant as it was 20, 30 years ago. So I just take a different, I watched this movie. Have you watched this movie? Did you like it? You liked it? Can I ask you why you liked the movie? Okay, what was the meaning of the movie in 2 seconds, in your view? Yeah. Love your parents. Oh, pay taxes in London. Okay. The lady in the back, yes.
Then when nothing matters objectively, then subjectively everything matters even more. The universe won't hand us any answers, so our personal answers are what matters the most.
I see. So despite whatever is happening in the universe, what we have to do and say is the most important. Is that right?
No, but like the idea is that then our life and our experience is insignificant, and because of that, then it matters ultimately a lot.
Okay. And I saw the movie twice, and she's a great actress, by the way, but I did not really know what the movie was trying to say, other than the fact that you had some really interesting scenes. But I do agree that that title really is what's becoming the new normal. Everything, everywhere, all at once. And so, there's a great book written by this guy called Mark Galeotti in 2022. It's called The Weaponization of Everything. And yes, we have nuclear weapons and fintech wars and cyber conflicts, the horrible war in Ukraine and so forth. But we have never lived in an era when civilian technologies that you can get off the shelf is as lethal as a low-yield nuclear weapon. I lived in Japan in '94 when the sarin gas attack happened. Thank God that not many people died. But can you imagine a major sarin gas attack by swarms of drones? They could probably kill hundreds of thousands of people without dropping a single nuclear bomb. And how are we going to prevent this? I think it will be very difficult. No country has the money or the budget or the manpower or the resources to have a police force that is equivalent to basically an army. And yes, there will be many things that we have to learn. One thing I've learned at KAIST is that, the whole infrastructure of national security is going to change. And it will change because of the driving forces I've mentioned. But the problem is that the politicians and the political world and the policymakers and experts even really do not know what to do. In fact, my generation will not be able to learn all this stuff because it's not really possible, but you can. Even if you're not a scientist per se, you've got to understand how, for example, human-machine interface will work. This is something that I think will be one of the defining elements of the new so-called nuclear plus age that my predecessor mentioned about. And so one of the biggest reasons why I believe the next generation can be empowered is if you become translators. You have to know enough technology so that policymakers will understand what you're talking about if you are a technologist. You have to know enough about policymaking to basically talk with scientists and corporate members. And you've got to really have the ability to send this message in very concrete terms to the public. Yes, we have not, fortunately, seen a above-surface nuclear test since '95. But it doesn't mean that, of course, nuclear tests have not gone on, as we have seen from what's happening with North Korea. But despite the fact that nuclear weapons are crucial, I'm afraid that you've got to have one more huge weight on your shoulders, and that is understanding the impact of AI-driven national security challenges and threats. If you don't understand that, then you will be in deep trouble. Imagine in the next 10 years, if there is another conflict in the South China Sea, for example, I guarantee you that AI-driven platforms will be critical in decision-making in war. People say there will always be a human safeguard. That is total nonsense. I'm not saying that we are going into the world of Terminator 5 and Skynet will blow all of us up. There will be human safeguards, but those human safeguards will not be enough for the simple reason that they will not be able to fully digest the amount of data you need to make decisions. And so yes, you mentioned the importance of artists. And so visualizing nuclear war to this generation is crucial. And living in Korea, 50 miles from the DMZ, I think, however, most South Koreans, particularly the youth, really do not understand what will happen to Korea if there is nuclear war. I think they're much more interested in getting something from Kupang than worrying about what Kim Jong-un is going to do. But this really, of course, for Koreans and our Japanese neighbors, this really is an existential threat. Imagine the calculus if North Korea is able to, as I think they have already, miniaturize nuclear weapons to be deployed on submarines. Their SLBMs will be very, very, very crucial. Why? We will have zero early warning. If some North Korean submarine off the coast of Incheon fires a submarine ballistic missile with nuclear weapons, it will reach Seoul in about 30 seconds. There's no missile defense system that can detect and destroy a missile in 30 seconds. That's not going to happen. And so, one thing that I really want to share with you as I wind up my talk is that this is complicated by a third factor, which is what I call the Eurasian threat belt. And again, this is my Western bias. But for the first time, we're seeing that Russia, China, and North Korea kind of share the same menu. And this has never really happened before, at least not in this context. But the problem is, how then do you maintain the so-called liberal coalition of other countries? That's going to be very difficult. Why? Not only are these countries much more powerful than they were, say, 50 years ago, corporations now have a much larger voice. I have never met a nuclear scholar who said, let's invite, the chairman of NVIDIA to our conference. Let's invite the chairman of Google's AI Intelligence Center and talk about, for example, arms control dimensions, as I think they should, right? So let me end with a couple lessons. Number one, war is real. This is not a Nintendo game. And unfortunately, much of nuclear problems, in some ways, was understood as a Nintendo game. I am not, saying that was a bad thing. It was very idealistic in some ways, highly conceptualized, and extremely schematic. But today, as I said, we are living in a world whereby technologies, diffusion, lethal technologies, is so rampant that it will be difficult to basically draw that into, simple silos. Geopolitics matters a great deal, particularly in this region. And heaven forbid, if there is a major crisis on the Korean Peninsula or the Taiwan Strait, South China Sea, we will see a much, much more lethal and messier conflict than we are seeing currently in the Ukraine. So my final point is, many years ago, an engineer from Boeing spoke to a number of students, and one of my students asked him, well, how do you keep abreast of new technologies? And he said something which I thought was really prescient. He said, look, at Boeing, I'm sure other companies too, he said, we encourage our engineers to forget and lose what they know every 4 or 5 years. It's not as if they wear glasses and their brain goes zap and all that memory is gone. But Boeing basically says you've got to relearn every 4 or 5 years. But the problem is that most universities, professors don't relearn every 4 or 5 years. That's the problem, as far as I'm concerned. Or at think tanks, the same old, I have to be very polite, so it's the same old stuff that you will read. And so my bar is very clear. If you cannot write something as good as The Economist or the Financial Times or the New York Times, you really shouldn't write at all. Although that goes against what you said. Of course, you should write because at some point you will get to the level of FT. So my final comment is, it is up to you whether the non-proliferation world becomes a paper tiger. It cannot be a paper tiger because the threats we face are totally existential. And so once again, my generation is lucky because we created these problems and then we give it to you to solve. So I have no idea how you're going to solve this, but as I said, I wish you all the best. But seriously, you have to really understand that none of the old paradigms, which people like me and others have taught, are going to be really working in the next 10, 20 years. Thank you very much for your time.
Well, thank you. Well, I'm also very interested in how can we learn in every 5 years. Okay, next speaker is Mr. John Dupuis. Are you online? Yes, we can see you. Well, welcome for joining us today, even though it is online.
Good afternoon. It's about 10:30 here in California, but I believe that you've had a very successful conference, and I'm very pleased to share this panel with a number of distinguished experts, including former colleague Giovanna. So I want to briefly talk more about disarmament and non-proliferation education. And I want to start with a quote by former Secretary General of the United Nations, Kofi Annan, who said, education is quite simply peace building by another name. And if one thinks about the role of the United Nations, it's peace building. And therefore, the United Nations, and through the United Nations, governments and other international organizations have a responsibility to educate. And peace building, extrapolated from that, brings us to nonproliferation and disarmament. I also want to refer to a very important study that was conducted by the UN in the early 2000s, resulting in 34 recommendations for states, international governmental organizations, academic institutions, NGOs, etc. This is the 2002 UN study on disarmament and nonproliferation. And this really formed a foundation for a number of institutions, including the one that I am from, the James Martin Center for Nonproliferation Studies, to expand what they were already doing in the field of nonproliferation education. Since that study, the issue slowly gained traction and was really included in the last successful NPT review conference that was able to adopt a final document in the action plan. And that was really important because of all the very, very difficult issues that states were debating on, they could agree, and they agreed that they should be encouraged to implement these recommendations in order to, and I quote, to advance the goals of the treaty in support of achieving a world free of nuclear weapons. So the nuclear nonproliferation parties recognize that education is a tool to advance the goals of the treaty in support of a world free of nuclear weapons. So, I mean, as previous speakers, and Giovanna mentioned it very clearly, mentioned already, you know, we're living in a time of very deep divisions among states on many issues related to disarmament and nonproliferation, not only related to what's going on or the potential consequences of the war in Ukraine, but we are dealing with issues ranging from the Middle East to North Korea to emerging states to Pakistan, India, and then, of course, the always threatening issue of nuclear terrorism. And so one of the key issues that states can agree on is that nonproliferation and disarmament education is important. It represents a critical way, and especially I say this for the audience in particular, to bring awareness and critical discussions of these challenges to international and regional, at an international regional level, but at the same time enhance the public discourse in this field. I mean, as a former government official and also international organization official, you know, we tend to discuss these things in small groups and within your own sort of expert levels. Very seldom do you have the opportunity to actually have an academic discussion about it where free thinking is encouraged. You as sort of a next generation, as students and as scholars are in that environment. And that's why I think Giovanna's point about challenging you to make use of opportunities to present papers is really key. It's also key to consider that education and operating in an educational environment and discussing these hard issues offers an opportunity to provide factual, timely, and engaging information as a foundation for effective and inclusive decision-making on disarmament matters. You'll be surprised at how many times decision makers have taken decisions on issues that can impact your lives directly based on incorrect information. And so education, again, is key. Disarmament and non-proliferation education also serves as a vehicle to empower, and this was the focal point of Giovanna's speech, to empower you to become agents of peace by helping you to mobilize, act, and promote the importance of disarmament and non-proliferation. And I want to emphasize mobilize, act, and promote, right? So you have to be both change agents, but you also have to be, intellectually, be able to dig deep and find the intellectual capability to find the new solutions. The institution that I represent, the James Martin Center for Non-Proliferation Studies, is one of the world's leaders in applying the principle of disarmament education. And if you are interested, you can go to www.nonproliferation.edu. We offer a master's degree in non-proliferation and terrorism studies. We focus a lot on simulations and tabletop exercises. We offer a very intensive professional program called the Visiting Fellows Program, where we train professional scholars and government officials in the field. Things like internships, short courses. For instance, just recently returned from Mexico City and also from Sao Paulo, where we ran courses for diplomats, for women in STEM. So these are all very important opportunities that are out there for you to utilize. One of the things that that I feel pretty strong about, and I'll come back to this, is youth education. Youth education meaning high school students. And so we have a program called the Critical Issues Forum that just this week met in Monterey, where high school students debated with leading figures in government and in the think tank world on these issues. A number of other academic institutions have similar or programs related to this, and international governmental organizations such as the United Nations Office of Disarmament Affairs, the International Atomic Energy Agency, the CTBTO, offer training and capacity building. But judged by the limited number of feedback to the Secretary General's request for inputs on the implementation of those 34 recommendations made way back in 2002, I fear that states are paying only lip service to this. Only Burkina Faso, India, and Mexico reported last year. Only 3 states. This is not to say that states don't consider this important. I've already said that they have agreed in the last NPT outcome document that this is an important issue, but they simply don't see the need to report, and this creates the impression that this is not an important issue. So, my first call is that states should really take this issue to heart. But I think there's another important issue, and as someone who is now an educator but comes from a government background, I have to say that, if you talk to government officials about education, then I say, well, you already have your education to work in government, to work in an international organization. Here we talk about training. We train officials to become experts, say, as a safeguards inspector or as a international monitoring station operator. And then in that lies the challenge. And I think once we kind of have to look at education and training are 2 sides of the same coin. That means that you start at primary level, secondary level, tertiary levels, and then you work into the professional levels. Another key challenge is funding. To give you a bit of a shocking number, to get a master's degree in non-proliferation and terrorism studies at the Middlebury Institute of International Studies, just the tuition cost alone will cost you $120,000. That's ridiculous. Which means that only a very small group of students can afford that. But that doesn't mean that you need to have that kind of a degree. There are other opportunities. But very few governments today are providing funding towards these kind of things. Foundations have redirected their funds to other important issues. International organizations such as the CTBTO and the IEA receive voluntary contributions, but they mainly focus again on training, specific technical training. As I mentioned, they train their safeguards inspectors or they train data analysts. And that is, it's only one part of education. The third challenge that I want to highlight, and this is something that I think is always an issue, we typically, and the topic of this particular session is the next generation, right? But who is the next generation? So we have to look at the phraseology and the target group. I mean, if applied today, the next generation who can make a meaningful impact on nuclear nonproliferation, and the previous speaker ended his comments by actually challenging you as to you are the generation to fix the problems that his generation, my generation as well, created. So Generation Z and Generation Alpha are really the next generation. And it's striking that if you think that more than 42% of the world's population is under 25 years old, the age group 10 to 24-year-olds alone represent 23% of the world's population. Those are the people, you, who needs to make the change. And so if we're talking about the next generation still sits in high school. And so we have to kind of pivot how we focus on this. I come from a master's degree university. It's almost too late. You have to look at high school level and see what can you do at high school level to start getting students interested in this, so that by the time they get to college, they are already looking at opportunities to learn more about the subject. But then also what happened to the current generation? I call them the lost generation. Now, Francesco referred to the recent Politico article about the loss of intellectuals in this field and the lack of critical mass of experts. I have great faith in the intellectual capacity of the current and next generation. But the problem I see is twofold. Only a very, very small group, you included in this conference room, has access to educational resources related to nonproliferation and disarmament. And the second is the issue of nuclear weapons and nuclear weapon threats are typically sensationalized. As we know, the current generations, and I say this with all respect, are often gripped by sensationalism. I really don't want to get too much involved in the issue of video gaming and big Hollywood blockbusters, but that is what grips attention. Not only does a very small group of the current generation have access to nonproliferation education offerings, but nonproliferation disarmament simply do not sell in the mass media or on social media platforms. I mean, the last time that there was some public discourse in the United States about the horror of nuclear war was as a result of the 1983 film The Day After, which apparently also influenced President Reagan. Now, the verdict is still out whether the new Hollywood blockbuster Oppenheimer will have any impact on this discussion. It's more a human drama about Oppenheimer, who he was or who he not was, but it does little to move the needle towards a public debate on the threat of nuclear weapons. Fourth point, and I will conclude, is I strongly believe that universities should include more course offerings and offer at least one course, if not more, as part of their political science or STEM programs. One takes, for instance, in the United States, 75 of the US top-ranked universities offer over 500 non-proliferation related courses during the period from 2016 to 2018. This is a study that was done. I don't have more up-to-date numbers. That averages about 7 courses each. In about half that time, from 2017 to 2018, 90 to 30 courses were offered by each of these universities in climate change. Now, it's difficult to compare climate change and the importance of climate change and non-proliferation and disarmament, but we know, for instance, that the Bulletin of Atomic Scientists, a distinguished group based in Chicago, have issued the so-called clock to Armageddon that puts us 90 seconds away. And they base that on the threat of nuclear war and the threat of climate change. So my concluding remark is that as students and as scholars, you should really be the drivers to demand more courses in these fields. Universities should also be encouraged to support more affordable programs to include students from more diverse communities. And universities should also be encouraged to offer shorter courses that do not require a whole master's degree. More needs to be done. Lip service is simply not enough. Governments tend to do this very well. They sit in conference rooms, they agree to the issues, the easy issues, but the follow-up is not there. International organizations should broaden their scope. It is striking, and I speak here from experience, that the average age of a trainee in an international organization is about 35 to 40 years old. That is too late. The education programs should start at universities and high schools. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you. John, you gave a very broad overview about non-proliferation education in the US and many institutions. Okay, next speaker is Dr. Shunding Lee from Fudan University.
Well, it's my great pleasure to be invited back by Professor Yim. I have been with this annual event for many years. I have felt unhappy when Professor Miller said he is the only participant for the 10 meetings. Probably I was the other person, or I missed the first one. I started to participate from second edition. Firstly, briefly to introduce myself. I have a PhD in physics. In 1979, when I was 18 years old, I was recruited by Fudan University's Department of Physics Study. At that time, to be recruited to enter a university was very competitive. I have no father who is a great leader, who can place a call to Fudan leadership. Now I can place a call to Fudan leader, but I don't want to do this. The only way I can empower myself is to get 100 points, perfection. I did. So I can apply for any great universities in China. Peking, Tsinghua, Fudan, Shanghai Jiao Tong, I tried Fudan. I first studied in theoretical physics for 4 years. Then I think it's too boring. I tried to do something applicable. Then solid state physics. I build chips on computer, layer and layer, artificial layer, which I call the super lattice of semiconductors. Then I use mathematical methodology to analyze Schrödinger equation to understand the electronic property of those artificial materials. At the end, when I received my PhD from my mentor, who empowered me, Madame Shishida, who got a PhD from MIT. She returned to China despite her father's displeasure. He returned to be the mother of Communist China's semiconductor physics. I was one of her last few PhD students. She could not go to Taiwan to see her father when he passed away. So when the two persons, when my mentor went to the US in later 1940s, they never met again. It's very sad. I wrote a letter to my mentor. I want to change my career from science to social science. Social science is far more challenging and difficult because it's not as scientific as natural science. I can do natural science very well. If I keep staying in natural science, I would be a professor of physics in my early 30s. But anyway, I received my professorship in international relations at the age of 34. I got a PhD in 28. I went to Princeton to do my postdoc to be empowered by my two mentors, Professor Frank von Hippel and Dr. Harold Fiverson. They are still alive. They work less active, but they still educate younger generation to empower them to make the world safe and secure. They are my mentor and my hero. So I have been empowered by several people. My mentor in physics at the Fudan University and two mentors at Princeton. So when I saw Scott Sagan, I feel so happy, Princeton. And I saw him, I'm with the same meeting, Hiroshima Roundtable, also for 10 years. This is the 10th year. I missed both NEREC and Hiroshima Roundtable for the last 3 years because of the pandemic. But I saw Scott in Hiroshima. So these people empowered me. But I think fundamentally my parents empowered me. They want me to be a good guy. I am now, working very hard to make the world to have less nuclear weapon. But when I was young, when I came to Princeton, I'm proud to be a person from a country that has nuclear weapon. So China has nuclear weapon. That's great. That makes China powerful, respected. Now I'm no longer having that mood. I think that gives me a burden. How I can speak to North Korea, India, Pakistan, that you guys are less responsible. You have nuclear weapon. That makes the world less secure. And the Chinese are responsible. We should have more nuclear weapon, as we are doing, because we can only make the world more secure. I think this is garbage. I no longer buy this idea. After working in international security, after transforming myself from a physicist to a social scientist for over 34 years, I have changed my mind. openly, I told the participants in China with similar international events, China should abandon all nuclear weapons before any other nuclear weapon states would do. China would only become more moral and more secure without a nuclear weapon. I want to challenge Steve's country that why your country cannot play such a leadership role, so let my country to play. But I have no audience. All people thinking I'm crazy. I'm not thinking I'm crazy. Nuclear weapon empowers China for sure. But at a certain level, it weakens China. It makes China unable to speak to any non-nuclear weapon states. You need to stay non-nuclear weapon. Why we cannot change our mind to have a more complex, mixed mind to see the duality of nuclear weapon that both empower and weakens nuclear weapon states. The fact that Pyongyang has a nuclear weapon may not necessarily empower that country. The fact that Seoul does not have a nuclear weapon does not necessarily mean Seoul is weaker than North Korea. Seoul has lots of friends, especially America. America sent its SSBN to this area that carries more than 200 nuclear warheads. That may be 8 times, if not 10 times, as big as the nuclear warhead stockpile of the DPRK. And America has tens of such a weapon platform. Why China cannot empower South Korea if our oldie goodie friend North Korea would risk another adventure? Next time we should help South Korea and the South Korean's government permit. And let's discuss in the United Nations Security Council. South Korea is perfectly situated not to approve China to send armed forces to defend South Korea, but at least we can offer. Of course, government in Beijing does not want to listen to this kind of crazy idea. So when I was at Princeton transforming myself, I was often challenged by a critique. You come from China? Why your country has done so many bad things? Transferring nuclear weapon technology to Pakistan and using the excuse of civilian nuclear interstate transfer to help other countries that may not be viewed as responsible. So I start to refute because I'm Chinese. But I'm also a scientist. I should speak on facts, whether China has really transferred. The facts was not nice. Yes, China transferred to Pakistan, not real nuclear weapon, but nuclear weapon design. China gave Pakistan ring magnet that is a so-called dual-use item, but that is usable for nuclear weapon for sure. Why China cannot exercise restrictive nuclear export control, not to export anything listed by the international system, and employ more self-restrictive measure? Don't export such kind of dual-use system or item to a country that is suspected of having nuclear weapon or is still having some nuclear weapon outside of the NPT regime. Because I'm Chinese, because I love my country. I want my country to be secure, but I don't want my country to be tainted. At the time when before China joined the NPT, we may have a reason. And I can defeat anyone in the world who would accuse China. On the ground, we have not signed the NPT. But what after signing the NPT? We keep doing such a kind of suspicious things. That hurts me, because I don't want my country to speak in a certain way and to act in a different way. That in short term may be strategic in serving our nation's interest to counterbalance India, and in long term that undergrade China's international credential. And what if they would keep spreading such a system from Pakistan to Libya to Iran? How we can be responsible for the rest of the world? So I start to change my mind. We already have a nuclear weapon. Can be more selfish not to assist as a country in one way or another. Or we should care our long-term interest, not a one day, 10 years interest, but a 50 years, 500 years interest. By not working with any country, they are keen on accessing such items and technology. So I start to be a challenger to my government because they don't admit they used to do this. They think I'm not supposed to understand this, but I understand. I understand far more than any individual of the Chinese government would know. And then I start to, after being empowered, I try to empower a younger generation in my own country. So soon after India tested nuclear weapon, I joined a Chinese delegation to India to have dialogue with India's national security apparatus. So I am in charge of the nuclear stuff. So my the Indian interlocutor was Indian National Security Advisor. We start to educate people, Chinese people, not only students from Fudan. So for 10 years, Fudan University had a program which is called Annual Summer Workshop on International Security. And we partner with US NDU, National Defense University, and Professor Ron Monteperto. He now has retired. And we partnered with Mr. Pan's organization, Monterey Institute of International Studies, MIIS. And we invited Director Professor Bill Porter, and also a very famous US young scholar. He is no longer young by this time. He has left Monterey. He is Base Gill. And they came to Fudan to lecture and to bring us more scholars. Our focus is not only on non-proliferation, because this is called international security. We did for 10 years. And also, I worked with Chris Smith, Center for Defense Studies at the War Department at King's College. Annual regional security workshop on arms control technology and non-proliferation in India, in Pakistan, in Nepal, in Sri Lanka for 10 years. And we bring 10 Chinese scholars, young scholars to each of them. So over time, we may have some 100 alum. And we organize many other events, including Scholar Six-Party Talk. Six-Party Talk, but the other guy cannot get North Korean scholars. We are able, because we have access to North Korea's foreign ministry. So they send their disarmament institute people, and they are diplomats. Externally, they call them scholars. So they come to Fudan. And over time, I have developed a program on arms control and regional security from the year when I returned to China at the age of 30, 1991. We have run this program for 32 years, teaching, educating students, nurturing them. Personally, I have advised some 70 Chinese students and a few international students. Primarily that work of what I do, arms control, disarmament, international security. So we have some 10 students successively working on nuclear export control. So what items we should be careful, what we should ban their export. So China's National Department of Commerce came to Fudan to suggest to us to open a South China-based national center for export control. And our students work on more than nuclear stuff. They work on public health security, transgenetic food. And my current student, who was one of the previous NEREC alum, Mr. Yu Renze, who expect to graduate next year with a PhD, is now working on Chinese edition of Starlink. US plan to launch 40,000 Starlink small satellites. Chinese government has a plan to compete, to launch 10,000 small satellites. This may be innocent, but this carries great impact on our future. How future war would be conducted? What the US would be ever more secure or less? Can China be more secure by having this to achieve its Chinese dream of reintegrating with Taiwan? These are huge subject. Probably none of us can understand its implication at this time. So I should empower our younger generation to understand them. I may retire. They would not retire in the next 30, 40 years. They should continue to wave the flag. Arms control, meaning control the arms, not to build up. Disarmament means let's build down our arms. Nonproliferation means don't give the arms to others. These are three basic elements of contemporary international security. But why we could not stop India, Pakistan, Israel, and North Korea? Why we are able to stop Brazil and Argentina, South Africa, and probably some other Middle East country? Could we still are lucky to stop them? Or we are going to see a more dangerous and volatile world? We will educate our students through course, through advising them to write a paper, through providing them with opportunity. I thank Professor Yim for inviting Fudan to nominate our candidates, and several of them came to such annual school. And we are also happy to receive those young fellows from NEREC to return to Fudan, and including that was included in your international tour. And we sent our young people to Paris to participate in the flagship program of President Barack Obama, Global Zero. So some US people created a conference of Global Zero. I regret that my country, my government refused to send a delegate. But we cannot see that China has no delegate, so I sent my own student. And now, many of them graduated. They may continue their study program in the US, in other places. And they may work at Fudan. Several of my students have become full professors at the age of 40 and 50. And they may flourish in other Chinese universities, in Chinese media, in making opinion. in serving our UN mission, our foreign ministry, our military, and our intelligence. So after having such a review, I want to say, I appreciate the opportunity that NEREC is empowering all of you, and including continue to empower me because I meet NEREC got talents. Not only young people have talents, less young people also have talents. I'm keeping being empowered. But fundamentally, it's up to you to empower yourself. That power may not be necessarily be applied to any particular part of the rest of your life. But that power can keep empower you for your entire career, for yourself, for your family, for your community, for your country, for this Earth planet. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you, Shondeng-ni, for sharing your experience from about transition from physicist to social scientist, and also your experience of empowering your students. Okay, our last speaker is Professor Im Man-sung.
We had great speakers in the panel so far, so I had to think hard. How do I close this session? The other day, Scott Sagan gave a talk to our students. He said, we are entering into a very dangerous world. I think Professor Jung-min Lee, I think he also vividly demonstrated that we are truly entering a very dangerous period. The weapons become very accurate, weapons becoming very small. There are people who are willing to use those weapons, and the threat space is becoming very diverse and evolving. And there are a lot of uncertainties. So definitely we're living in a very uncertain, dangerous world. Especially now, I think Jung-min Lee told us that now, hey, it's not just nuclear, there are many other issues that we really need to care about. So that adds more dimensions, more issues to our discussion today. So I want to use an example, this nuclear field, as a way to think about this big global problem. So if you think about this problem, nuclear non-proliferation, many states, this is also coming from Steve Miller's comment, agree that non-proliferation is good for them, good for us. It's good for the global community. And we're expecting potentially a second wave of atoms of peace. We don't know how many, but there is definitely interest, growing interest. SMR is one of the potential game changers. And we talked about potential uncertainties associated with SMR's development, and there are challenges, opportunities. But then again, I think this history of nuclear proliferation or nuclear power development in the past, in the history, gives us an opportunity to think about what we are facing today and how we better prepare ourselves for the future. So think about nuclear power development. It is rather recent. It started by US President's speech at United Nations, atoms of peace. And then many countries in the world joined the bandwagon, wanted to share or access the technology, and then rest is history. We have now many countries enjoying the benefit of this technology. There are many countries who tried and also potentially misused this technology, but still don't have the technology today. At that time, there was no norm, meaning no culture. I think non-proliferation was imposed It was not a culture. Culture is something you believe, something you live with. There is no such thing as non-proliferation culture. When it started, atoms of peace. There was no global governance. We came out with IAEA and we had NPT, but that was just part of the problem. The risk of nuclear technology, the risk of nuclear power, I think our fellows, we had some discussion on this issue during the last 2 weeks. There are a lot of risk issues. We have strategic issues, dual use risks, financial risk, you have environmental risk, you have safety issues, you have operational risk. There are so many different dimensions of risk, but the community didn't see that. We're very naive, and they were basically doing patchwork. When United States government trying to introduce nuclear power into the market, they had to come up with the measures, new measures, Price-Anderson Act. They had to appease the community. They had to come up with the new things along the way. They didn't even know how to estimate the health effects of radiation. The West, at this time, at this point, the West didn't really understand the East. And East didn't really understand the West. We're still living in a very segregated, divided world. And obviously the Cold War was intense and ongoing. There are many conflicts. And out of those security situations, many countries started their nuclear journey with dual use interest. So that was what happened. We didn't predict this. Maybe people knew, but they were not ready or they didn't care. I have spoken with Dr. Guer, I think Professor Jung-Min Lee, he invited the president of Carnegie Endowment International Peace. He visited KAIST, gave a talk, we had a discussion and so on. I asked him the question. So this issue of AI, it's coming up, it's huge. How do we prepare? And I asked if there is a possibility of coming up with some kind of global governance regime for the use of AI technology for the future. His answer was very skeptical. He said there is huge commercial industrial interest already out there which will prevent the global community from coming up with some sort of a regime to control this. I think it's stupid. The problem is coming. We're saying it's not possible, commercial interest so pervasive, we cannot do much. We have to learn from the past and start really doing something. And how do we do that? Let's again go back to nuclear weapons. So how do we develop nuclear weapons? You need technology, you need materials, you need money, and you need people who wants to use that for whatever purpose. There are various different motivations to pursue that path, and then somebody has to make that decision. So presence of veto players, people pointed, makes a huge difference in this decision-making process. And in the end, it's the people. Everything in this slide has to be taken care of, monitored, and basically manned throughout the process by people. So in a sense, this nuclear weapons development, this whole non-proliferation or proliferation is a huge human organization management problem. I believe same maybe applies to AI or Star Wars, anything. It's still within our grasp. We are developing it. We are the one responsible for the future, whatever happens in the future. It's not just organization, people, but again, I mean, this is some slide I stole from somewhere. It's a global problem. Global problem, right? Global community has to work together. It's an international problem. It's no one's property or no one owns this problem. No longer United States owns this problem, or no longer United States or any other superpower owns this AI problem. It's a global problem. Just take a few more thoughts. I think Jung-Min Lee talked about the challenges coming up. I think that is also true in this nuclear technology, nuclear field. We have SMRs. There are many issues that hasn't been answered yet. I will not go through these details. We have to have a system that really prevents these SMRs in very different deployment venues, how to really protect them. SMR is supposed to be cheaper, but if you increase the cost of security, that doesn't become cheaper. There are different type of reactors that we haven't really understood completely yet. This is a lot of engineering problems. So engineers still have job security if you think about how actually we address all these issues. There are different ways to acquire what we call special nuclear materials, accelerators, and lasers. Those technologies are still under development. Additive manufacturing, I know one research group is working on or has worked on this. The 3D printing is making potential proliferators easier to really go through the steps. They can bypass all the export control regime because they could be very creative in accessing the equipment and producing the materials what they need. AI technology is changing the dynamic of decision-making involved in nuclear systems. The hypersonic weapons also, along with that AI development, making things very fast. Decision time is becoming very, very accelerated, and it's becoming very difficult for humans to interfere. And then we have cyber attacks. So I'm just pointing out some of these so-called fourth industrial revolution technologies are adding the complexities in our business, nuclear business as well. Oh, sorry, I have sent you a revision of my slide. It's not the revision. Well, it's okay. I'll just not use the slide. Maybe. So this is a slide also I kind of stole from a report written by Lawrence Livermore National Lab. There is a paper report called Technological Latency. Okay. This technological latency is not only on nuclear issues, but anything, including the things we talked about earlier. Basically, problem is becoming very diverse, very complex, and multidisciplinary. So to be able to handle any of these challenges, technological challenges, you gotta be rethinking multidisciplinary. Even just to address the nuclear challenge of the future, as we just went through, you're talking about many different disciplines working together. So here, say nuclear engineers, as we heard earlier, you have to relearn, you have to rethink, you have to reform, and perhaps our social scientists, the political scientists, international relations people, you learned enough that you have to think outside the box to be relevant, especially in this new world that we're living in. So this is just an example. Anyway, there are many disciplines involved, not only a specific field that you are engaged with, but many other fields that potentially loosely associated with. All these issues, all these disciplines must be addressed together. They have to work together to solve the problem that we're going to face. Teamwork among people. Well, I think this may be the right slide, so it's okay. So I'm going to bet on you on this challenge. Well, Jungmin or Francesca said, we created all these problems, now we dumped the problem to you, and now it's your turn to solve the problem. I don't want to paint it that way, but I think I believe in you. Young generation people, I'm going to bet on you. The globalization created an opportunity, amazing opportunity. Although the globalization also created a lot of mess. I mean, many of the mess problems we have is a result of globalization. As you know, the history of globalization, 1870 through 1914, first phase, 1944 through 1970, second phase of globalization, third phase, 1987 through today. All this different globalization prompted, driven by the transportation and communication technology development, has changed the world, basically. It's a rather recent phenomenon. Complicated the place we're living in, but also created a lot of opportunities. Especially, we have created different people. As I just said, the East didn't understand West, West didn't understand East. I'm a product of those globalization. I didn't leave, I never left this country until I had an opportunity to study outside. That at that time, in those days, going abroad and studying is a very, very rare opportunity, although this is very common these days. I think this generation, young people are very adaptable, they are tech savvy, highly networked. And these people, as soon as they get together, they kind of, already know, and they know how to network and become friends. I know one of you saying, "Oh, we have only 2 weeks left. How can we depart from each other?" But you already networked, and it become a close-knit family, and that's how we actually have to go from here. Really, the young generation represents an example of a new citizenship, ambitious and active citizenship, who is ready to take challenge. And I think here are people who are willing to be a mentor, a supporter, until we can really take on the leadership. Especially, I think Gen Zs are highly collaborative. I have 2 daughters, so I understand some of you, although I'm an old guy. They have a very pragmatic attitude. They think about how to address a set of issues like climate change, nuclear proliferation, many of the issues that the current global community is wrestling with. They are future-oriented, value direct communication and authenticity and relevance. And they value really what they really care. They are ready to defy stereotype. I think yesterday Yang Lian asked this question to one of the speakers: how do we address the issue of national interest? So when I was learning as an engineer, learning something about international policy, international relations, I asked this question: what is US foreign policy? How has US government come up with your own foreign policy? I was at the time very naive engineer, but the answer was simple: national interest. I was kind of shocked. Is that simple? But that's the reality. That's the reality, realism of international relations. But from the beginning, when I started this journey on the policy and international relations studies, I was always struck. The people accept realism as it is. I don't like that. It started with a scholar who is a Jew who went through the struggles of his life, a struggle of his era, and saw this world as a just conflict among people with evil mind. It's a mental construct, but global community is still struck with them, occupied with them, preoccupied with that notion, and still believes in that. I believe young generation can come up with a new conceptual construct of the global community, a new world. I think we have to defy these stereotypes. I'm not talking about simple theoretical argument about the theories of political science or international relations. You are ready to defy the stereotype and invent new ways to get the job done. So my job is to make them friends. When they become friends, they become together, they become very powerful, and they can become force. And this collective energy of young people present opportunities for the global community. I think that's the only way we can really deal with the challenges of the future. One example, I think history-changing example is this, the Élysée Treaty 1963 between France and Germany. They've been nemesis throughout the history, but then they decided to become friends, and they created this Franco-German Youth Office, and that is probably one of the main reasons why today France and Germany get along. So there is an example. They can change the history. I think I see smiles between Germans and French people here. That's a small-scale example of success. I have to bet on this for the larger scale problem that we will be facing. So I have just few slides, but I can stop here. So NEREC was an example also, experiment in this. We have been existent for last 9 years. Actually, this is our 10th event. It is a very lean operation, very low budget. But we have succeeded to create a different kind of people so far. Let me just show you. So we have about 300 people in our network, 36 research fellows, 262 summer fellows, total of 52 different countries. And as some of you saw last night, some of these past fellows who participate in this program still stay connected, and they feel very passionate about this program. That's what I want to see in the future. That's how we can potentially change the world. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. How do you feel? How did you heard the excellent lectures? So I think that all 5 panelists gave a very excellent presentation about their views and importance of the next generation empowerment in nuclear non-proliferation area. And I also assume that many of you who are sitting in this room will work on nuclear non-proliferation as your lifetime career. So I think this is quite a good opportunity to ask these excellent people as a mentor about your interest and your curiosity about everything. I myself usually work on international security and foreign policy. As a part of that, I also are looking at nuclear non-proliferation issue. But interestingly, I know that there are many good educational institutions and think tanks, and many good educators. But looking at the reality, I sometimes wondering why the things are getting worse, not getting better. We see, in particularly in the nuclear non-proliferation area, we see more uncertainties, more risk, more challenges. Why these are happening? Is that because we did not work enough for nuclear non-proliferation education? Perhaps we can hear some more view about panelists about that from these panelists. So if you have any question or comments, please raise your hand and I will point to you. Okay, first one. Please identify yourself, and if you have any question, specify who you are asking.
First, I really appreciate all speakers for your amazing speeches. My name is Wonjun Huang. I'm a current research fellow, and I'm also an active duty officer in ROK Army. For years, many military officers who study nuclear issues have participated in NEREC programs, and I have heard a lot about what the military want us to do with this experience. Korean military expect us to use this knowledge and experience for deterring and countering North Korea mainly. But now I'm wondering, would there be any specific roles that you are expecting us to do? I want to ask question to specifically to Dr. Giovannini and Professor Im. Thank you.
Okay, another question.
Hello.
Yeah.
My name is Natalie Navarrete. I'm at the University of Oxford, and I'm a current research scholar. I'm NEREC 2023. And so my question is for Dr. Giovannini. So something that we've talked a lot about in our group of peers is how difficult it is to start building that global network. And we've benefited a lot from having a program like this that gets us started on that. But after this, we'll all be going back, whether it's to schools or jobs, and once again sort of get siloed in that situation. And I know in the conversations I've had specifically, we're worried about it's hard enough to make the bridge between just the US and the EU. You have to choose which door to put your foot in. And it's even harder if the niche that you've chosen is in a completely different part of the world entirely. So I wanted to know what advice you have for us once we leave this program. How do we deal with the trade-off in different audiences and different resources when it comes to making the conversation more connected? Thank you.
Okay, I'll collect one more question. Okay, there, back there.
Okay, I'm Kwon Junho from KAIST, and I'd like to ask a question to Professor Im as a director of the NEREC. So, beyond the NEREC, what can South Korea contribute to the future generation of the nuclear non-proliferation? And if we have some time, I would like to hear the thoughts of the panelists from the outside of South Korea. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, Francesca, will you respond first?
So these are all fantastic questions, and Professor Lee and our military fellow, I think, raised a really important point. I want to challenge an assumption we are all making here. And again, I said, let's challenge assumptions. The assumption is that if we raise a more educated public, this public will go pro-nuclear disarmament and will actually be, pro-peace. There is no empirical evidence of this. We educate people for different policy goals. Your job is to ensure the national security of South Korea is protected and is strengthened, right? And so this education gives you those lenses. I think it will be really reductive that we believe that we empower people only to work on nuclear disarmament. This is not the game we are in, and we shouldn't, right? Because there are many other views, and the nuclear community, as I said, is very divided on this, right? People think, well, we need to empower people to do really work on nuclear non-proliferation. Others said, no, this is the moment of great powers competition. My job is to understand better how nuclear deterrence works. I think the point is that the level of education, the level of empowerment, it does not necessarily need to tell you what goal you have to work on, but how you have to work on these things. What we want from you is critical thinking, is open-mindedness about reading the signals from China, so that you don't go and read about China's moves in a threatening way, but you might actually question your assumptions. So having gone through this program, having interacted with Chinese scholars, with European scholars, you have a much better understanding of the cultural nuances that make nuclear deterrence so difficult. That makes you already far superior than many others who have not gone through this thing. But do I believe that you come out of this and you have to become a disarmament activist? That is not the point. Right? I mean, I want people that work in your job and understand very well how nuclear deterrence works. And to be critical or not, to questioning this is your prerogative. So I think this is where people got a little bit disappointed, in my view, in, Jean talks about nuclear non-proliferation education, peace education. I mean, I think we have different programs for different reasons. The fellowship that Steve and I lead at Harvard does not prepare disarmament activists. That's not my job, right? I don't lead a social movement. My job is to create the best talent that goes out there and knows how to ask the big questions about critical questions, big questions about critical issues, whether it's nuclear deterrence, whether it's non-proliferation or disarmament. But let's not confuse peace education with forming a generation of nuclear professionals. These are two very different things. So you don't have to become a peace activist. You need to be the best nuclear deterrence specialist that really helps de-escalating things. That is your job. Now, trade-offs. Fantastic question. So I want to be very honest also about where you study determines also the way in which you write and frame issues. So I did my master's at UC Berkeley in California. So I got a first American view of international security issues. I studied under an Israeli professor, so you can also imagine he had, certain type of views about national security. Then I went to Oxford, and it was all about constructivism, the English school, norms. And then I went back and I did my postdoc at Stanford. And when I went to Stanford with my English school, I remember Scott Sagan saying, you speak like an alien. I don't understand one word of what you're talking about, right? Because in the UK, the thesis of my dissertation, I kid you not, the title of my dissertation was about global nuclear governance. When I went to Stanford, Scott said to me, nobody here talks about global nuclear governance. Change the title and put global nuclear order. Americans understand that. So that tells you that there are a lot of nuances across cultures. The way in which the European frame issues, right? The question of, for example, the human aspect of nuclear risk is very different from how Americans perceive and frame the problem, which is normally about national security, right, or primacy. These things make collaboration, global collaborations difficult, but also extremely rewarding. And so my suggestion to you, and this is why I say write, is co-author pieces. Put down in writing some ideas that you actually have some counterparts from South Korea to China, from Africa to South America, really work with you on. Because that conversation enriches the global discussion. We don't only have a problem of discipline silos, we also have a problem of national conversations. So for example, in the United States, Steve knows this because he leads the most influential academic journal in the field, which is International Security. But non-Western scholars struggle to publish in American journals. And the reason is you don't speak my language, academic language, you don't use my methods, you don't do stats, right? So you'll never publish. And that narrows further, right? This is the echo chamber. So the emerging voices have platforms today. For example, the Bulletin of Atomic Scientists has a section called the Future Voices or Voices of the Future. They have a section for emerging scholars. I think this is a perfect opportunity, or another one is Inkstick. Inkstick also accept contributions from young scholars. Especially for you as you go to Oxford, branch out to other nationals that can really enrich that conversation and publish and co-author, especially at the beginning, because that would really be a great contribution.
Okay, Professor Monsong, you have response.
So first question about the duty or expectation for a military officer. He's a military colonel, so he has a large responsibility at his position. We had a number of military officers joining this program. And I remember one of the student military officers, when he joined, we have a opening dinner, opening night, welcoming dinner. And the person said, I, as a military officer of South Korea's army, I believe in the power of nuclear weapon. So I came here to learn about, or to hear about what other people say. That's how she started. I want to go back, go to Juno's question. What country like South Korea can contribute to the global community? I think it goes to the point I was talking about yesterday. You work with your strengths or your own uniqueness. South Korea, in many respects, is a very unique country. 1945, it was just liberated from colonialism. 1950, we had a war. And then 1952, end the war, but then this was one of the poorest countries in the world. This country didn't really have anything going, political turmoil and so on. But then 70 years later, this country has risen and has become really sort of an economic powerhouse. People argue or wonder, you have this nuclear weapon right above you or right in front of you, and you don't seem to be worried. we have this very existential threat. But at the same time, we don't really worry about it. At the same time, we use nuclear power in a big scale. So that's very unique. South Korea is under existential threat of nuclear weapons, but we focus on, well, we had some issues in the past, but we currently are dedicated and focus on nuclear non-proliferation peaceful use, and that's going to stay because we have tried in the past different paths and realized doesn't work. Doesn't work for Korea, doesn't work for this country, because this country knows we don't have a lot of resources. We have to work with the global neighbor, global countries out there. Otherwise, this country cannot basically sustain. So the only way for us to really continue to live is to work with the global community and basically produce goods that the global community needs. In that regard, South Korea has an opportunity to be a role model for countries who wants to use nuclear power, dedicated to peaceful nuclear use, at the same time, the guardian of nuclear non-proliferation, at the same time, present the promises of liberal democracy. Even though you have this threat, you still can have good life. And going back to, I think, your question, so as a military officer, what should I do? Of course, you have to be loyal. You have to do your best, what is expected on you. But then as a person, I always think about win-win. The greater goods in my personal goal, can we have a win-win? So you as a military officer, at the same time, member of this country, a member of the global community, I do my best to be faithful, loyal, at the same time, contribute to the global community. That's what I will do.
Okay, we have about 15 minutes left. So is there any more question? Okay, one more.
Hello, my name's. It's working great. Okay, my name's Barat. I come from Saudi Arabia. So my question is to Professor Yim. But first, I'd like to say that I feel that all of us here in the conference were very, very blessed and lucky to have all of these insightful, rich, valuable advices from all of you. So my question is, what drove you to take like the serious step into creating NEREC? And the second question is, being a NEREC alumni next year, what would you like for us to take one single advice or a takeout from that program? Thank you.
Okay, is there any more question? Yeah, one more over there.
Thank you again, everyone, for all your advice. I feel like as everyone says their questions, it kind of puts more questions in my mind. So I'm from Australia, and when you had that table, it really, the first day, Professor Yim, when you said to me, you're the first Australian, you look so happy. You're the first Australian ever on this program, and I feel like for me, this year, I'm in my second year of doing international law and diplomacy, and I was talking with Francesca before, and like, things are aligning, things are going, but when I'm talking about empowerment, I feel empowered right now, but I'm afraid that when I get back to Australia, I'm going to end up back in that echo chamber again, like where nothing's going to happen and no one's going to see what I've done, or I won't get given a place to do that. So I guess going forward, I still have my degree to finish, and I guess everyone's asking questions, where should I go? Should I go here? I'm also half American, should I go to Harvard? So I guess what's your advice for me? Do I go back, even though I want to help Australia, I also don't think I can do so without leaving Australia first. So what's your advice in general? I'm sure other people maybe have questions, where to go, like what to do, how to not let this stop. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, it seems to me it'll be the last question from the floor. So you have one? Your question?
Hi, I'm Sasha Simon. I'm a visiting researcher of the EU Nonproliferation Consortium, and I struggle to put down my thoughts to sort of articulate in my head, but I'm not really from the nuclear field. I've studied drones and export controls for my entire degree, essentially. My main reason to be here is to learn more about nuclear because of the invasion of Ukraine, mostly. And I'm personally always struggling with pessimism and optimism. Like, I'm always pessimistic. The more I learn about these issues, the more pessimistic I become. And I always ask, like, people like you who've been in this field for a long time, what makes you optimistic? How can you become optimistic? And like in the field that I come from with drones and proliferation, like I've studied proliferation mostly in the context of emerging technologies, drones being used in Ukraine. And Professor Lee touched on this with autonomous weapon systems. It's so hard to be optimistic in this case. The UN has been trying to regulate them for a decade. It's been going absolutely nowhere. There's been billions spent by pretty much every power. Everyone wants to have essentially the tiny drones which Ukraine is now perfecting, and they will proliferate. And the logic is very similar to the nuclear field in the sense of if my adversary is going to have it, I need to have it. And there is no technological choke point in place with nuclear weapons. You have uranium, you have enrichment technology and all that stuff. None of this really exists in the drones field. So like, I don't want to go too far off the rails, but like to come back to where I started from, like how do you become optimistic? What makes you optimistic about how to addressing these issues? Because I really feel sometimes just, what can one do? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, John, you have some response. John, please go ahead.
I have a couple. Thank you. I have a couple of responses, but I'd like to take up the last comment. We live in a very difficult time, and I can see, especially younger people, getting rather pessimistic about what's going on around us. But I think you should also take into account, if you look at the history, that there's been times where the world was, especially in the United States and the Soviet Union, very close to a nuclear war. And yet that was overcome by the simple thing of people looking at the issues in a very realistic way and finding solutions. And as a younger generation, this is your job. You cannot be pessimistic. You have to think about this great pendulum in the sky that keeps swinging back to center. And I think you've got to sort of stand back a little bit and say, okay, we have these threats, but what are the tools that we have that we can deal with this? And to me, the greatest thing about a younger generation is the youthful optimism. Pair that with expertise. The fact that you are at this conference, and I want to sort of morph that into other questions, and there were two particular questions that were raised about what next? What do you do now? Well, my first comment is get involved. Right? Let this not be just the only opportunity. So you can get involved. I mean, there are, for instance, this came up earlier, the Marie Curie Fellowship at the IEA, especially for women. This is a fantastic program that you can apply. I was just, at a meeting where the Director General of the IEA, Rafael Grossi, again emphasized the intention of they've already issued 500 scholarships and they're going to issue more. So, look for the applications. If you're a student, go for internships at organizations, at bodies where these issues are being. Francesca mentioned earlier, presenting papers. I always advise my students that if you have written a paper, go to meetings like this and others. Take a synopsis of the paper, a one-page paper, synopsis. Staple your business card to it. And ask experts to look at your paper and get back to you. I have seen it work so many times. So networking is extremely important. But again, get involved. Another good example, and Francesca will remember this, the CGBTO youth group is just one example of a group of young people that got involved. And this is about, ending nuclear testing, but actually it's not just about getting this treaty that basically may not ever enter into force. That's not the point. The point is to get younger people interested in the issues and make them more informed. My last comment, and this is also about the issue of what's the purpose of non-proliferation education. Yes, Francesca, you're absolutely right. It is not to create a group of activists. I mean, I am very proud. One of my former students was just recently promoted as a very senior official in the State Department's Bureau on Non-Proliferation and Arms Control. And certainly he's not a non-proliferation activist, but I just listened to a speech that he made yesterday. And it was a very informed but yet passionate speech about the future world that we are going to live in. And so that means that he was well trained and he knows what he's talking about. We found in today's environment, unfortunately, too many people that are speaking on topics that they know very little about, but they're speaking on, they try to make the case on emotions. And in this field, you cannot do that. So if you are interested in nuclear deterrence and you believe nuclear deterrence is a very powerful tool for your country or your region's survival, then you need to be educated to understand what nuclear deterrence theory means. It's not only about disarmament. As a deeply devoted disarmament person, of course, we need to work for a world completely free of nuclear weapons, and education is part of that. But there are many of our students that graduate that end up working in the nuclear establishment of the United States or other countries. And so it is not only the focus of that. So thank you very much.
Well, thank you, John. Thank you, John, for good comments. Before asking each panelist for last remarks, is there any question collected from online participants? Yes.
Yeah, so there's a question to Professor Changmin Lee raised by Yasser Wu, a PhD candidate from King's College London. And she says, thank you very much for your great talk. And how does one make deterrence work in this entangled world? Thank you.
Okay, is that the only one? Sorry? Is that the all?
Yeah, that's
okay.
it. Thank you.
All right. I think we have a very good discussion today. And as I mentioned, I want to ask the final remarks from each panelist. Professor Im, on the backward order, reverse order.
All right.
Okay, Lee-Jeong-min first.
I'll be very brief. Thank you so much for the question from London, I guess, and also from the floor. I'm 63 years old, and I think if I had stayed at a Korean university as I taught at Yonsei for 20 years, I will be retiring in about 2 years. I got my PhD back in 1988, and you may not believe me, but this is really true. I find studying more interesting today than I did back in 1988. And I think there are three key reasons why, at least from my perspective, that's the case. Number one, you've got to have deep knowledge about something. So I really, really believe that you guys must have a deep dive. If somebody says, what is your major? It doesn't really have to be, for example, what they teach at university, but you have to know something so well that you will be an expert regardless of what title you may have. The second thing is you have to go outside of your comfort zone. And the comfort zone for most of us is what? Familiarity with society, getting a job that pays fairly well, a career track that has a future. And this is my 7th job since I got my PhD. And every time I took a new job, I took a risk. But so far, it really has worked out. You have to almost force yourself to get different experiences. That's the only way you're going to see things from the other side. I think the most important point is you've got to have your own insight. You know, in an era when Twitter, or now it's called X, which I think is a terrible name, but whatever medium you come onto, people are really impacted and affected by what others say about, especially you, or what you're doing. You should not give 1 single second of thought to what they say. It does not matter. What really matters is what you have to say. And so choosing the medium of what you say, I think, is crucial. But always have your voice. How do you make deterrence more effective in an entangled world? In 2 seconds, what I would say is this. We have to re-educate those who invented nuclear deterrence and are practicing it today. And this is why I believe that from policymakers, and I am not really, really hopeful about politicians anywhere on this planet, especially Korean and Americans these days. But I hope there are people who are serious enough to realize that in order for nuclear deterrence to be effective, it's not enough just to be a nuclear expert. And so my hope is, whether it's the policymakers, especially people in the corporate world, experts, whether they're journalists or otherwise, they must have lateral cooperation much more than ever before. Why? As I said, if dual technology can play a critical role in harming society, it can also play a very important role in safeguarding society. And my last final word is this. Regardless of how young you are or where you are, the greatest benefit of your generation is you will be able to look at and see and listen and feel almost whatever is happening in the world in real time. So, do not waste time. Don't worry about your next great job at Microsoft. If you believe in yourself and you are a passionate deep diver, I guarantee you will make rent. Thank you.
Well, thank you. Dr. Im Song, any last words? Okay, Chun-Ding.
I may understand the question is related to how we expect you in the future. Well, first, the basic one is to prepare yourself to live a good life. Don't make it trouble for others. The next stage is to have the power to empower others, because the others may not have the power to make them free of poverty, free of insecurity. So there are so many great people in the world, in history. Abraham Lincoln and George Washington, etc., and many in the history of Korea. Are you ready? Do you aspire to be the next such a great person who would be remembered for 1,000 years? So prepare yourself to free others. And I'm not always a fan of America, but I like America. When some troublemakers emerge, talk to it to make it to behave. Failing that, to beat it, to remove it. So you need to have the courage, ability, muscle to not only make yourself, your future great, but for the rest of the others great. So today you are here for NEREC to pick up some strengths. And over time, you would pick up many strengths in the rest of your life. And using this strengths and expertise to make yourself to live a good life, to make the entire world to live a better life.
Well, thank you. Professor Im.
Thank you. So first question about why do I do this? I take some of our KAI students to Silicon Valley and we learn about global entrepreneurship, business model, how to pitch, how to create fund and then run the companies and so on. And those students who participate in this program ask me, so are you going to have your own startup? I have no interest in startup. In other words, I have no interest in making money personally, but I have a passion in making people. That's what I do. That's why I do this. I am very interested in making people better. That's my personal passion. So if I have an opportunity, I will continue to do this because that's what I like to do. About your questions on after this program, I think already John already said something about internships and so on. There are many opportunities out there. In fact, Bill Powell and I discussed the possibility of having a joint internship or sending our people to, people who completed our NEREC program going to Monterey and having also an internship or some sort of a program. I'm also going to potentially visit MacArthur with Francesca sometime next month, and we'll explore opportunities for you. So we have about 300 people in the network, and my main question is not how to maintain this program every year. Maybe we can still continue to do that, but now what do we do with this network? So that's the main thing we are going to address, and hopefully we'll get some sponsors interested in investing in you, creating fellowships. Person like you could maybe have a fellowship to continue pursue your interest and study more and then develop expertise and network and so on. And also we have this alumni network, then that's why I want to connect you to that group, because there are people who are already working professionals. Some of them are professors, some of them are policymakers, some of them are students. But I think together you can learn from each other. So I want all of you to stay connected. That way, even though you go back and you stay in your own echo chamber, you're not alone, you still have people. I think I was very encouraged to hear from Ivan. Ivan is our 2016 graduate, but he said 26 of our 2016 batch are still connected, 22 of them are still connected. And I think I heard Julie just graduated from Cornell. I didn't know actually, but they stay and then pursue their own dreams, and I think someday we can all connect and do something together. I believe in that opportunity. I think that'll come. The question about Sasha's. I always believe in this. Future is created by people with vision. Future is not something you inherit. Future is something you create with vision. I'll stop there.
Okay, Francesca.
I just want to pick up on the question of optimism. So you have here two people, and I could possibly point it and more, but Jean, who is here on the screen, worked for years endlessly to promote the entry into force of the Comprehensive Nuclear Test Ban Treaty. And by his own admissions, the treaty lingers in there, and nobody knows where it's going to be, in 20 years from now. Steve Miller was walking endlessly in the back of the room, spent 40 years building an arms control architecture with Russia, just to see the past 2 or 3 years scrambling it. So it's not true that we are optimistic. We have gone through major crises, and some are also personal crises. I've seen scholars crying when the US withdrew from the IBM treaty, when the Russians decide to suspend New START. I mean, these are real endless jobs and countless hours of advocacy, of writing, of researching, of thinking, of advocating, of promoting. So that is the job. That is it. So you're not getting into a field where you will see changes or significant changes in the next 10 years. And right now you are entering into a field where the conversation, in fact, the situation is deteriorating. And it would be a mistake to believe that we are all happy campers. That is not true. That is where this field is a community. That is where you need to have that network that you can reach out to. You know, when Russia invaded Ukraine, for 3 days, I actually didn't sleep. For me, it was just unthinkable after the COVID that we enter into a massive conventional war. And how do you get out of this? You get out of this because at some point you have mentors and peers that says to you, you need to get over with this and get back to your work. Because what is the alternative here, right? And so being very pragmatic is the nuclear career has a lot of downs and a few ups. It's all worthwhile if you remember why you are doing it. And preventing nuclear war is a big deal. Yeah, you're not working for peanuts here, but you need a support system. You need people that pick up the phone at some point and said, "Hey, yes, it really sucks. You know, do you want to have, have a conversation or get a drink?" And the last point is, I suggested to read history because Jean said something that is very true, and Steve says this often. At the peak of the Cold War, the peak of nuclear crisis, after the Cuban Missile Crisis, when we were very close to blow each other's up, this was the moment where the golden age of arms control opened up. When people got so close to Armageddon, they thought, we need to do something with it. So in the peak of crisis, history has demonstrated that we do make the greatest progress. Now, it would be better not to get to this crisis, but if we can't avoid it, history has demonstrated in this field that ultimately humans do actually prevail in pulling back. So history is your ally in reading about these things. And again, this is a community. I think you are embarking into a very important and very challenging mission. It's not going to be easy. It sucks most of the time, but you will have a lot of mentors and peers to support you.
Well, thank you. We are slightly behind the schedule, but I think we have a very quite interesting conversation today. Have you recently checked what's the time for doomsday clock? It's 90 seconds before the midnight. So obviously the situation is getting worse. That's why we are concerned about how we can prevent a nuclear war, nuclear catastrophe. And because of that, we think we need a good education and also a good experts, next generation experts in this area. And I need to hope that a few years later from now on, some of you may lead the discussion of today. And please join me in thanking very excellent panelists today. And I think we had a very successful conference. Thank you very much.
To invite Dr. Won-Pil Baek, who is current president of Korean Nuclear Society. He will give us a closing remark for this conference. Dr. Baek is a graduate of Seoul National University and KAIST. Most importantly, personally, he got the most outstanding award, alumni award from KAIST Nuclear Engineering. So, Dr. Baek.
Thank you, Professor Im. Good afternoon. I am Won Pil-baek, the president of Korean Nuclear Society, and I'm working for Korea Atomic Energy Research Institute. My major is in nuclear thermal hydraulics and safety. I feel deeply honored to deliver the closing remarks for the momentous 2023 KINAC-NEREC conference on nuclear non-proliferation. First, I'd like to congratulate you for this for the success of this conference. Currently, nuclear power is undergoing a global revival as an essential source of energy for carbon neutrality and energy security. There are four main approaches, including the continued long-term operation of existing reactors, the new construction of Generation 3 large power reactors, development and deployment of small modular reactors, and finally, non-power applications, including hydrogen production. Probably I have to rely on the paper to avoid unnecessary words. We also recognize that nuclear power should be used in politically, socially, and culturally stable countries with adequate infrastructure for safe and secure operation of nuclear facilities. However, not all the countries that need nuclear energy fulfill these conditions, which poses significant threat to the nuclear non-proliferation regime. In particular, the increased use of small or micro-modular reactors onshore and offshore presents new challenges that we must address. It's moving. Throughout this conference, we focused on four critical points. First, rising global nuclear non-proliferation issues and how to address them. Second, the non-proliferation regime in light of North Korea's nuclear challenge. Third, managing the development of SMRs for sustainable and responsible global nuclear power use. Fourth, the need for human capacity development to effectively address future nuclear non-proliferation challenges. The discussions have been of exceptional quality and provided a balanced perspective on these important matters. I'd like to share some personal reflections on the conference theme. As someone with a background in nuclear safety, not in nuclear security or safeguards area, I must say that the global non-proliferation regime has been a partial success. While it has prevented nuclear proliferation in many cases, there have been notable failures in countries like India, Pakistan, Israel, and in particular, North Korea. As we move forward, the increased use of nuclear power, including SMRs, will require us to strengthen international cooperation and ensure, in particular, the stable supply of nuclear fuel materials, including HALEU. In the context of South Korea's concerns about nuclear-armed North Korea, we need to explore practical solutions. But it would be very difficult. This may also involve reconsidering the justification of reprocessing activities in Japan, especially considering the changes in the nuclear energy situation after the Fukushima Daiichi nuclear accident. Another critical aspect we discussed is the 3S approach: safety, security, and safeguards. We recognize that these three elements are all vital and interrelated. We need to find an integrated or holistic approach that maximizes the benefits while addressing potential conflicts. Probabilistic methodologies would play a significant role in achieving this integration, but both qualitative and quantitative assessments should be given equal importance. I hope to see the integrated 3S approach demonstrated through best practices, along with the development of SMRs. Additionally, continuous investment in human capacity development is essential in the field of nuclear non-proliferation. In this regard, I give my heartfelt congratulations to NEREC on the 10th NEREC conference, as well as the 10th Summer Fellows Program. I have faith that KINAC-NEREC would continue to play a crucial role in empowering the next generation of professionals in this area. Lastly, I want to emphasize the importance of clear and uniform terminology in our communication. To effectively implement nuclear non-proliferation policies and ensure the success of 3S in the design and operation of nuclear facilities, we must actively collaborate with experts in different disciplines. Please don't forget that the people who actually implement nuclear non-proliferation policy and make 3S a reality will not necessarily be nuclear non-proliferation experts. Finally, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to the organizers, KINAC-NEREC and KINAC, as well as the sponsors and all the participants who shared their valuable insights during these 2 days. I believe that the outcomes of this event will significantly contribute to our goals of carbon neutrality, energy security, and a more peaceful world. Thank you very much.
I'd like to quickly invite Dr. Na-Young Lee on behalf of KINAC, co-host of this event, make a quick final remark.
Thank you, Dr. Lim, and it's my great honor to co-host this conference. And I remember that Francesca yesterday mentioned, be prepared on all occasions, but today I got a short notice, so I don't have time. I didn't have time enough to say something very beautiful things, but I should congratulate Professor Lim because it is his 10th this conference. And also, I congratulate you all because you are the 10th networks and 10th NEREC. How do I say? Yeah, so you have a network and you have many great mentors here. And I believe you will have a great work. And in the near future, you will see it is a really meaningful occasion. Thank you so much.
And before we finally adjourn, I think I should recognize some of the people who worked behind the scenes to make this a success for the last 2 days, or even not just last 2 days, but before we even started this conference. So Yuna Choi, you all know, she has worked really hard behind my trusted program manager, and Chiun Choi. Oh. And also we had very capable two young interns, Youngju and Soyoung. They surprised me, impressed me a lot. They worked really hard. And then also we had, I think, 18 students who worked silently while we were having sessions as rapporteurs. So if I name you, could you stand up? Bharat from Saudi Arabia, Caitlin from Australia, David from Austria, Diana from Ukraine or UK, Emma from United States, Ludovica from Italy, Mari from France. She did a stand-up comedy, by the way, the other day. Natalie from United States, and Noel from Singapore, and Ray from United States, and Thomas from Argentina, and then Yuna from South Korea, and Yan Liang from China, Iku from Japan, Florine from France, Sasha from Germany, Emily from United States, and Justin from United States. Thank you so much for all your hard work. And of course, our speakers and guests, especially our international guest speakers, without you, this would not have been possible. So Professor Miller, Professor Francesca, Professor Shen-Ning Lee, Ambassador Dong Shin, Dr. Sang-In Lee, all those speakers who have, Professor Chung-Min Lee, I think all the other people have left. And then all of you stayed with us and then stayed until the end, all the audience of these participants. You made it possible. Let's congratulate all of them. Thank you. Have a safe journey. We'll see each other soon. And also, I forgot, several of the KINAC leadership people who supported this event in various capacities also. I think many of them already left. I really want to thank them also.